right. So calm down. I'd like to welcome everybody to the April 19th Board of Supervisors meeting. We'll get on with the show. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
We pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What?
Let's bow our heads and pray. Dear Lord, thank you for this beautiful day. Thank you for allowing us to come together and for the large crowd that we have here this evening to participate. First and foremost, we come to you this evening with heavy hearts. Our community has been once again broken by another unexpected tragedy. We ask that you will be with our Amelia family, help everybody that's directly involved and related, guide us all through that, help us to heal, and to be able to move forward with our lives as we try to cope with this. Lord, please be with each and every one of us tonight as we go through this meeting, as we conduct the county business. Help us to make the best decisions to help not only for today, but to keep Amelia moving forward through the future. Amen.
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 Thank you, Mr. Lytle. Thank you, sir. All right, gentlemen. What's y'all's feeling on the agenda?
I believe there was a request to remove the item for the personnel policy for this month.
It was. And we do need a closed session for a contract review. So anybody want to put that in motion?
I'll make that motion as noted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. White. Any more discussion? All in favor of amending the agenda to have a closed session for contract and remove the personnel policy, raise your hand. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, it brings us to the minutes. We've had those in front of you. Any additions, corrections, or concerns? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Make a motion to approve the minutes. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Motion on the floor to approve the minutes. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. Same thing with the financial reports. Questions, concerns, or comments? Hearing none, I entertain a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve that.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Motion on the floor to approve the financial report. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. All right, that brings us to public comment. This is our regular public comment, folks. There'll be several public hearings down the agenda. Anybody wishing to speak on any topic other than what's on the agenda, please feel free to speak. Please keep it to 3 minutes. And state your name and address when you come up.
My name is Mark Price. Address is 7801 Stonewall Drive, Amelia Courthouse, Virginia, 23002. Good evening, Board of Supervisors and fellow Amelia residents. My name is Mark Price. My wife Tammy and I, our son Joshua Price is a deputy here in Amelia County. As many of you may know, he was shot in the line of duty December 28th of 2022. As you can imagine, as a parent, this was quite a traumatic event, not to mention for him. Thanks to the Lord's protection over him, our son is well and back at work. We're here to talk about funding for our Sheriff's Department. The outpouring of support the day of and the days after the shooting took place was overwhelming and greatly appreciated. One area of vocal support came from our local government. We and Sheriff Walker were assured that any additional funding needed to add deputies or other improvements to the department to ensure officer and community safety would be made available. As time has gone on and the wounds have healed, it seems that those promises may not be being kept. Not sure. From what we understand, funding is actually possibly being cut. We hope this information is incorrect. But if not, we want to know why it is being cut or no additional funding added as promised. We would like to remind the board at this time that the most important job of any government, whether it be local, state, or federal, it provides for its citizens' safety. Ladies and gentlemen, this means spending the money needed to ensure that this basic provision is efficiently and thoroughly provided for. There's no time for delay. As you know, we had another tragic officer-involved shooting in our county just last week. If you need to raise taxes, raise taxes. If you need to cut from some other less essential entity, then do so. But we implore you, please do your jobs and make sure that the public safety is at the forefront of any budget considerations. We, the people of Amelia, and our deputies deserve better. Thank you for your time.
Nobody wants to speak.
Good evening. My name is LK Mundre. I'm the 4-H agent here in Amelia. And this is Mackenzie Gunn. Sorry. She's the Ag and Natural Resources agent. We didn't realize tonight was going to be such a well-attended meeting. We just wanted to come and give you all a few updates on what we've been doing. We did submit our quarterly reports, so you can read a lot about what we're doing, but there are some programs that the Extension Office offers that really benefit the community. One of those is our Amelia County Drinking Water Clinic, which is coming up. Registration is open for that now, and that is through the Virginia Household Water Quality Program. I brought some flyers for registration information. There's one on the bulletin board, so we'll leave some of those. They're also on our Facebook page and the Virginia Cooperative Extension page, as well as the 4-H page. So I just wanted to make you all aware of that. It is something that we do every year, and it's if you have any questions about what's in your well water, it's a well worthwhile test. As far as 4-H goes, actually, as far as agriculture goes, today we were really excited to see the 5th grade students from Amelia County at the Southern Piedmont Agriculture Extension Research Station in Blackstone today. They came through our different stations. Mackenzie and I were working different stations, but we're happy to see those kids and experience that. So on the 4-H side, our livestock club is active and moving forward. Tomorrow is our April monthly meeting. We're actually going out to the Moyer farm. Larkin Moyer is a 4-H all-star and very supportive of the program. So we're going to go tour that. And then this Saturday, if anybody needs anything to do, we'll be at the Piedmont Area Junior Livestock Show and Sale at Southside Livestock Market in Blackstone. That is an all-day event. We have different species at different times of day. So that's happening. Our horse club is also active. They have their first 4-H qualifying show coming up on May the 6th at the county fairgrounds. And they're doing a mock show this Saturday in preparation for that. So it's just a little bit of what's going on in the 4-H world. Just wanted to tell you about.
Hello. In agriculture, there's a lot of overlap right now between some of the 4-H programs and ag programs. So it's been really fun getting to work with LK and grow our livestock program. Some of the stuff that I have coming up includes a pond management program. I've been fielding quite a few calls this spring for pond issues with homeowners and farm ponds. So I'm looking forward to that. I have a program in drone use in agriculture, sort of an up and coming technology that a lot of folks are starting to use. So I'm looking forward to bringing a little bit more education around that. I also am helping a lot of the area agents with registered technician pesticide trainings and have a couple other programs coming up in the next few months. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm here tonight to discuss the punishment that my son has received from Amelia County Public Schools. Early January of this year, not during school hours, my son was part of a group message on Snapchat. In this group message, a fellow student shared nude photos of another female student. My son then took a screenshot of these photos and sent them to another Amelia County Public School student who requested them. This chat did not happen during school hours, nor did he share the photo during school hours. The only reason this has been brought up in school is because the student the photos happened to be of decided to bring this out at school, causing the disruption in school productivity. At this time, I was notified by Dr. Ringstaff that myself and my son's father would need to be present for a meeting on February 22nd of this year. During this time, we were informed that our son had been implicated in the sharing of nude photos of another female student. On February 24th, I was called again by Dr. Ringstaff, who advised that another student was in possession of these photos, showing that my son had shared with him back in January, again, not during school hours. This student's cell phone had been seized by the law enforcement. I was then called again by Dr. Ringstaff, and he informed me that law enforcement was involved, and Officer Sidner stated he was going to take a statement from my son. I explained to them then I did not give permission for his statement to be taken without a parent or attorney present. Upon arriving at the school to pick him up that day, I was informed that a statement had been taken anyway. My rights and my son's rights were both violated by the school and by local law enforcement that day. I asked for a copy of the statement, and I was informed that I could not have one, which is another violation of my rights as a parent. At this time, I was told my son was being suspended for 10 days and would have to meet with the school board for readmission back into school. We met with the school board disciplinary committee, and they decided to place him in alternative school for the remainder of the school year. Of course, I appealed that decision with the same outcome. Simple as this: the punishment does not fit the crime. The other students involved in this were not and have not suffered any of punishment or any of the same punishment that my son has. Beginning with the girl who took the pictures, to the guy who created the group chat, and then of course my son, and then the student who was lastly in possession of those photos. I understand that the school and police are not allowed to discuss another student's disciplinary records with other parents, but I have talked with several parents whose children were also involved in this situation. No other student involved has been treated the way my son has, and nor have they received any punishment for doing the exact same thing as him. Prior to this, my son was an honor roll student, class president, and a proud Amelia County Raider football player. I'm here today to ask the board to reconsider this extreme punishment in the case due to the facts that I have been presented here with. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Ma'am, can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Stephanie Smith. I live at 1010-1 South Shenandoah Road, Amelia, Virginia, 23002.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bobby Light, 1600 Richmond Road. You know you couldn't get by without me getting here. I just want to bring up a couple of things that, and I can see from the results here what's going on. I was told over the last several months I'd made comments or statements about school, with the budget, different situations like that. And I was told to get involved. Come and get involved. Find out what's going on. So that's what I've been doing. I've attended two of the school board meetings. One was an emergency budget meeting that it ended up with 0 results at the end of the meeting. That we could see, it was a lot of things that was listed on there. We need to cut this if they cut the budget. We need to cut this. We need to cut that. Or we can't do this. Which one we do the cut? It was a nice show. It was a good drama show. But in that, I paid attention to some of what was going on, and I thought, well, I can't exactly investigate everything that's going on. So I decided to pick one thing out and go with that, just to see if the facts lined up with what was presented. So I started with the school buses. Listened to it, how bad they need new school buses, that how bad situation is, you got to renew those buses every 15 years. I did find out that the state is established at 20 years replacement, and they're moving to the 15-year replacement. I did find out that is part of it. But right now, the school has 42 buses that's road ready to go at any time. They got 25 drivers. So between the 25 drivers, why do they need more buses if they already got 14 buses sitting on the side waiting to go? Also, looking at the cost and maintenance and operation of the buses. I mean, I didn't get into every detail, but just the overview of it. In the last few years with the buses has been switched over from gasoline to diesel. Well, diesel fuel is higher. I'll go for that. Diesel buses cost more than gas buses to a certain degree, upfront cost. But I also found a note that since the new fuel regulations and everything has gone into effect with the DFI, there's a lot of problem with the new diesel buses, plus the extra expensive operating. So I used to drive a school bus when I was in my younger days back in the 70s, and it was an older bus, I admit. In 72, I was driving a 1952 GMC. That was a school bus I was driving. It was an 06 cylinder, had 248,000 miles on it. That bus ran every day of that school year. So, age is one thing. But at the outgo of it, I also understand that the school is looking at a new electric bus, battery operated. Well, that sounds nice. What is the real cost in it? What I understand, it's a grant. They won't have to pay to purchase the bus. If they get the grant, the bus will be free on purchase. But when you sit down and do the calculations for the recharges, the bus is estimated at about 85-mile run on a charge. That's empty, flat ground running and back. When you take that bus and start putting it stop, pull out, stop, pull out, stop, pull out, heater, air conditioning, load it down with kids, you've knocked that bus down to about a 40-mile radius, so 40-mile run. So then you got to bring it back and charge it twice a day to have it to run every day. The operating cost for that bus at today's electrical rate is going to cost right around $35,000 a year more to operate at the end of that 15 years. The battery is generated supposed to last 15 years, but we know what's supposed to be. It's only guaranteed for 10 years. So we know that's about where the battery's going to last. So this is just a small example of what I learned by getting involved. And I know I'm gonna light a fire right here, right now. But at the board meetings, I didn't hear anything about mathematics. I didn't hear anything about English, geography, history, or any of this. I heard for about a 35-minute speech on feelings, how to address feelings, and this is the subjects that we'll be dealing with in the future with the kids, and bullying. Well, this is where it goes. Look right here. This is bullying. The board has come up with an idea of how to work out the budget on the amount of money that they got to work with and try to do it with okay.
So
So,
we'll get the same respect.
and with that, I saw the board members sit up there at the board meeting and say, we want this and we're going to get what we want. All the other departments in the county has come together with the board, negotiated an agreement on how much they could work with, what they could work in, and this type thing, but school can't do it. So this is the education system. This is where the knowledge comes from. If they can't communicate, negotiate, calculate, I'm sorry, where's the education? Thank you.
Thank you. We are having a public hearing on the school. If this pertains to the school, this is really just general public comment. You're welcome to speak this morning.
My hearing is bad, so I hope I can communicate to you. I may not be able to hear others very well. My name is Helen Warner Burke. I'm a native of the county. Lived here a good portion of my life. Landowner, taxpayer. I was in the school, on the school board in the 90s. It has always been a struggle in Amelia to secure basic funding for our schools. But the stakes back when I was on the school board in the 90s were something like paying for 1 or 2 school buses, some, kind of low at the bottom of the list matters. But we've never seen a cut of $1.5 million or close to that. That is not superficial. That cuts into the vitals of the school system. It seems to me we're going backwards instead of forwards from the 90s when I knew things from the inside. According to what I have read in the Monitor, Amelia would be dead last in in funding among our local counties and neighbors. The result is cutting programs and teachers and instruction. When you talk about math teachers and elementary special programs, that goes far beyond the matter of school buses. It seems to me that we must fund the schools. We cannot afford to be dead last. We need industry coming into the county. We all know that. We want good, clean industry, but industries are not going to look at us very seriously if we're at the bottom of support of our school system. So I urge you to do what is necessary to fix this problem and fund the schools basically and adequately. Thank you.
Thank you.
But I'd like to add one more comment. I want to thank our public school people, from the superintendent, school board, to the bus drivers, everybody who's working in the schools these days. It is a tough job, and I certainly appreciate it, and I think a lot of us do.
Does anybody else have any general comments? Like I said, we're gonna get to the school board budget or budget proposal later on.
Mine is also related to the budget, but I just wanted to speak now since it's not related to the schools, kind of keep it a little separate. I was basically told that if I wanted to talk about the tax relief again, that I could speak at the public hearing. So surprise, here I am. I know that what I say is probably not going to make a difference, but I did want to have it on the record. I started this discussion back in January of 2022. That is 1 year and 3 months ago. In August through February, we heard budget time, budget time, budget time. And at budget time, in a workshop where very few attended or even have watched, y'all decided to accept applications this year to the $40,000 limit so that you would have figures of what this program would cost and consider it next year. Have you advertised that to your citizens yet? Are you going to mail some information out to them to let them know what's expected? Will you call those that have been aggrieved? I can tell you, in 2016, this program cost the county $212,000. The applications approved in the office for this year is under $25,000. To me, that says that this board and the boards before have not been keeping up with the intentions of the program. Instead of expanding the income at any point in the last 15 years, as inflation has soared, you have allowed more and more elderly to be booted from the program little by little each year. For 8 months, several of you publicly said, at budget time. And then at budget time, you said, maybe next year. Is that another empty promise? Will those statements help those that have been removed from the program pay their tax bill this year? We are the face of your decisions, and we have to explain to the little lady paying $300 more a year in taxes why that is when she only receives $90 more a year in her Social Security. Does that seem fair to you on either side? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John W. Vaughn, at 16,500 Eggleston Road, lifetime resident of this community. I'm the fourth or fifth generation here, and I've got two more coming behind me that have been farming for all those many years. The situation with Tyson has not just caused a ripple effect, it's more like a tidal wave, because it's so integrated in the agricultural community. The corn that we raised went to Tyson, and now we have to find somewhere else for it to go. So there's going to be increased expenses there. The people who had these chicken operations have suddenly found themselves without any income from that anymore. Most of these chicken operations on 50 to 100 acres, they don't have an option to do something else. So what are their options? Sell it for development? That doesn't fix anything. It's a bad situation. And we have economic issues on the near horizon in this country that could be quite possibly the worst depression we'll ever experience. We have got to get every cent's worth out of the money that's budgeted to run this county and do away with these frivolous pie in the sky, flavor of the month projects. And I know I sound like a grumpy old man saying that, but it's realistic. It's realistic. You can't get blood out of a turnip. So the county has to make some decisions here. We have paid taxes to the Crown of England. We paid taxes to the new country, to the Confederate States of America, the United States of America. It's been a lot over all these many generations. And we are entrenched in this land here because that's what we do. I don't know, there are no easy solutions for this, but it's going to take some hard decisions. So I come to speak tonight in favor of your proposed budget, and I support it, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. Anybody else? General comment? All right, being we've got a pretty lengthy agenda, I'll close the public hearing.
Comment.
Public
Comments? All right, it brings us to the VDOT report.
Thank you. So our maintenance area headquarters over the last month have worked with our full depth reclamation contractor on Route 614 Dennisville Road. They've completed surface treatment after that full depth reclamation, just to make sure we don't have any rutting from any rainfall or things that we might have. And then there is an asphalt overlay scheduled to take place on that route either late this week or next week. So it will get asphalt and as the end product there. They've completed pipe replacements on Route 616 Genito Road and Route 608 Little Patrick Road, and have completed asphalt patching on various routes, 614 Dennisville, 640 Buckskin Road, and 630 Winterham Road. From a land use perspective, we have provided comments on several rezoning cases that were considered at the Planning Commission meeting this past month, one of which is on your agenda tonight. and provided those comments. I'll also stick around to be available to answer any questions you might have about that case. Traffic studies and special requests. We still have a traffic study ongoing at the intersection of 616 and 642 for additional signage. And I've provided information on secondary 6-year plan and unpaved roads that are available for rural rustic projects. From a construction standpoint, a lot of our repaving and surface treatment schedules are getting up and running, so you should see that work taking place, including plant mix, which has now begun since this report was submitted, including Route 681, Clementown Road, and 609, Royalton Road. Slurry seal contract patching has taken place on various routes, and the contractor will be returning in May to complete Cape seal on routes, and slurry will occur in midsummer of this year. Latex patching and crack sealing has occurred on 604, and latex is scheduled to occur at the end of this month. I should note that there is a public GIS website for all of VDOT's 2023 paving and resurfacing schedule. So I'll share that with you all, and feel free to distribute as needed. It shows projects that are scheduled, in process, or completed for this calendar year. Our office is also working on environmental documents for Folksbridge Road for the rural rustic project there that will be completed later this summer. Bridge joint repairs have been completed on several routes throughout the county, including 632 Dykeland Road, 642 Amelia Springs Road, and 644 Rocky Ford Road. And then just a note from our Lynchburg district that Route 621 Brook Hill Road in Cumberland County is closed just west of the Appomattox for a culvert replacement. And that detour is posted and extends into Amelia County. And that's all I have this evening, unless you all have questions.
I do.
Yes, sir.
Why are they tearing up Richmond Road from the quarry to Bevel's Bridge?
I believe it's on our paving schedule this year, but I can confirm that.
They've already tore it up. That was the best road we had now.
Okay. So it was milled?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, that seemed to me to be a waste. That road was, on a scale of 1 to 10, it was a 12.
Yeah.
They should have moved down to Namazine or something.
Okay.
Done something on that.
I'll get clarification on that one.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I traveled down Buckskin Road
Mm-hmm.
the other day, and it needs a little attention on some potholes.
Okay.
They're kind of right in the middle. You can't miss them.
Okay.
It's really worse on the end that used to be dirt. The second part.
Mhm.
Any other question?
One comment. So there seems to be a multitude of places where there's been painting done from like right out here on both sides of the railroad tracks, even at the end of this street, the big block stop, kind of the white stop in front of the schools. They're the, I don't know how to say it, but they're the sloppiest painting I've
Okay.
ever seen. I mean, if you're, yeah, see how I've seen them. It looks like it's just been a spray can with no lines, at all. And it's multiple areas all over.
Okay.
I will try to maybe take a note and send you some of them, but the thing is, it's everything that's been painted in the last probably 6 weeks. I mean,
Okay.
the line going in the turn lane into the high school now is literally just this curve.
Okay.
Quite strange.
Okay. I'll check on particularly the one at the high school. Some of them, I'm just speculating here, might be temporary striping for paving schedules. So a lot of times the contractor, they'll eradicate the pavement markings. They sub that work out. So they eradicate the pavement markings. They put down temporary markings until they can come back and do the resurfacing.
So hopefully that's the case. I'll confirm that particularly at the school system. And if there are any other locations, please feel free to send them my way.
Yeah, I keep seeing them, but not stopping to
Okay.
take a picture and-
Understood.
and note them. So
Understood.
I'll try to do a little more noting of them
Okay.
too. So, all right, thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, Ms. Worley.
Thank you.
School board.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Harvey. The end of March K-12 enrollment for Amelia County Public Schools was 1579. Pre-K-12 enrollment was 1654 and ADM was 1580. This is the final ADM report for the school year, as the March 31st ADM is what the state uses for our FY23 ADM. Recently, a member of the Board of Supervisors suggested I publicly share some information about the ACPS budget process. This process begins in October for the following fiscal year. Budget input is received from directors and their department staff, principals and their school staff, and the school board. Each year, ACPS creates a needs-based budget on which community input is sought. We've heard comments that ACPS is 55% of the total county budget when state and federal funds are included. However, ACPS is currently 31.76% of the county's general revenue fund budget. As a major Amelia County employer, we have 233 employees, 60% of whom are tax-paying Amelia residents. So let's share a little information about ACPS budgeting. Some school divisions create a budget by increasing personnel costs and/or health insurance cost by a desired percent. In ACPS, we are more conservative, and we budget on actual personnel salary and whether or not an employee participates in our health insurance plan. This means we do not blanketly budget from year to year. If we budget for a 30-year teacher who later decides to retire, and then we hire a 15-year experienced teacher as a replacement, we have an unexpected savings. By the same token, if we replace a teacher with 3 years of experience with a teacher with 12 years experience, it costs more than we budgeted. The same is true of health insurance. One employee may accept the employee-only option, while another accepts employee and family or elects no participation at all. We do not budget for all employees to accept health insurance. We more conservatively budget based on the previous year's usage. The addition of new employees may increase or decrease budgeted division health insurance costs. Other factors that cannot be predicted include a position that remains vacant for a period of time due to the teacher shortage or lack of an applicant, or when an employee has an emergency, family medical leave, or other reason that causes the employee to take leave without pay during the school year. These variances in salary and benefits can leave the school division with a surplus or deficit in personnel expenses for the year. It does not mean that ACPS shouldn't have budgeted for the full cost of the employee or that the locality has provided more funding than is needed. Fluctuation in personnel costs is a number one reason why ACPS may have a surplus at the end of the year. Speaking of funding, state funding formulas do not cover the full cost of all employees. It covers portions of Virginia Standards of Quality required positions. For example, we might be required to have 6 first-grade teachers based on the number of students enrolled, but the state might fund only 5.3 teachers. Also, when the state provides incentive funds for employee raises at a certain percent, we must come up with the funds to give all employees an equitable raise. This is a practice that is followed by most school divisions. This is no different than what happens with some state compensation funded positions in the county. If the state designates a percent salary increase for positions and we do not give that percent, then we must return some or all of that state funding. When it comes to non-personnel items, these are budgeted based on historical spending, fluctuations in prices such as fuel prices, increases in software or programs, etc., and an increase or decrease in division need, such as speech services. The annual budget process includes conducting a line item review to assess whether an expense should be maintained at the current level of funding, increased, decreased, or eliminated. As fiscally responsible agents of the use of local, state, and federal funds, for over the past 4 years, ACPS has cut $768,553 from line items or proposed needs. I'm not saying that our budget has not increased. What I am saying is that the needs of the division are continually changing, and that we not only add items to the budget that meet these needs, but we evaluate and reduce where we can. As I conclude my statements, I would be remiss if I did not mention that the state's biennial or 2-year budget plays a huge role in our budgeting process, as does the biennial composite index for Amelia County. One cannot simply say that the county's contribution to public education has increased without understanding how the composite index impacts state funding and expectations of local funding. As you know, the composite index for Amelia County has increased significantly every biennium since the 2016-2018 biennium. That's 3 consecutive biennial increases. As the composite index increases, the state's portion of public school funding decreases, and the state's expectation of the county's ability to pay for public education increases. The next adjustment to the composite index will be next summer. Amelia's current fiscal challenges may not be reflected in the composite index change next year. This change may take at least 2 years if it's going to impact the composite index. To clarify what I'm saying, if we had no change in enrollment and requested the same bottom line budget every year, which obviously would not have kept up for the cost of living, the portion of funding going to public education would still have increased at least 3 times during this period because of Amelia's composite index. Public school budgeting is a complex process and differs from corporate or private business budgeting. Each set of funds, state, federal, and local, have rules associated with them. I hope this simplified explanation has been informative and met the request that the board member was seeking. And at this point, Mr. Trump will present the financial reports.
Good evening. At the conclusion of our initial presentation of our budget to you back at the last budget work session, or the first budget work session from us, 2 board members had specific questions for us that I'd like to answer for you now. I know some of these answers may have been given already through some other channels, but I wanted to make it was a public forum where they were asked, so I wanted to give a public response to them. Mr. Robinson, you asked about the number of years left on our bus leases. The answer is 3 years left. It's about $91,000 a year. So that's what we have left in that section. Mr. Jones, you asked what percentage of our budget goes to teachers. Looking at the salaries, staff, at the salaries of all our staff, teachers represent about 61% of budgeted salaries. As Dr. Harper spoke of health insurance rates and other things that are things we can't control for and account for, in terms of what our employees elect to do. I've worked on just what these salaries and payroll expenses are for the county. That 61% represents teachers, paraprofessionals, librarians, and substitutes. That's all. Sorry. Those remainders, paraprofessionals, librarians, substitutes, sorry, that adds up to 69%. Sorry, I brought that section. Of the remaining 31%, 15.5% goes to building level support positions, which again, as Dr. Harper stated, are mostly SOQ required positions. Those would include our building administrators, our school counselors, the office staff, and other student supports that are within our school buildings. As you can see, the majority of our personnel budget is building level staff, primarily that, instructional staff that are working with our children each and every day. Tonight, I'm also sharing with you the March FY23 finance reports. At this point in the year, we would anticipate our operational revenues and expenditures being at about 70%, and we are well below that with revenues and expenditures at 57.05%. Our carry forward adjusted expenditures and revenues, this is accounting for the construction funds that'll be reappropriated in FY23 and FY24, and ESSER grant funds that extend to some degree into FY25, brings our percentage to the year closer to 65%. So we're closing that gap. Cafeteria expenditures are at 60.27%, and revenues are at 62.38%. Our meal claims for March were the highest we have had to date in FY23, and our revenues less expenditures on the year are at $26,815.67. Textbook funds to date used are 31.67%. Currently, the FY24 state budget is still a moving target, as we know. However, VDOE has released a new calculations template that outlines the budgetary changes for FY23 and FY24 using the currently approved skinny budget. When applying those changes to our new ADM figure that is set for the year, which is how the state will calculate our final payments on the year, we can project an increase to our FY23 state funding received of approximately $377,000. I would like to close my statements this evening with a few comments regarding some social media activity that's been brought to my attention. I don't plan on commenting on every social media post that talks about the schools. That would be insanity. But this one touched on budget issues and some of our expenses. So I wanted to make sure that I had some comments on that to clarify the public in this open forum. Recently, a publicly posted list of our bills has become the topic of conversation online. Unfortunately, it was not until the original social media post had received significant attention at the time that I was told about it. I was told it was already over 70 comments, that a citizen of Amelia County decided to pick up the phone and contact me directly and ask about this bill and these bills and information that had been publicly available since January 9th. Specifically, they asked about a line referencing the purchase, referencing a leather high-back executive chair, followed by an amount of $5,753.99. While FOIA procedures can be filed when one's intention is to receive actual copies of public documents, I was happy to simply provide this information to the citizen over the phone, and that information was as follows. Generally, I clarified that our lists of bills online, generated by our financial software, lists each check written by vendor alphabetically, simple organizational process. Each vendor line includes a truncated description of only the last item on the invoice, followed by the total amount of the check. In the case of our credit card bills, that can be 30 or 40 separate small charges. This one only had 3 items. The last item was leather high-back executive chair for a total of $239. The second item was calendar, $24.99. And the first item was paper for $5,490. To be specific, this was for 3 pallets of paper that were distributed to our schools for our teachers to use in classrooms with students. I appreciated this phone call and this opportunity to respond to a reasonable question. It would be really inappropriate for us to spend over $5,000 on a single office chair. And I was glad of the opportunity to share with this concerned citizen. We have specific procedures for purchasing and levels of approval for each purchase to ensure that our purchasing decisions are sound and appropriate, but we expect people to ask questions, especially about public information. As many people in the public know, I know especially some of the board members that had your children in schools. Our community members out here today, I've had your children in schools. In this past decade, I've worked for this county. This is my 10th year in Amelia County as a teacher and administrator, and now in this role. I've spent countless hours, often late into the evening, speaking with community members about their children and about our schools. As a school administrator, these conversations were quite often much more difficult, especially as I had to handle student discipline. And these matters were much more sensitive than how much we spend on office chairs or any decision about the budget. When I have to speak about your children, that's always going to be more important and more challenging than speaking about money. In my role this year, I've spoken to and corresponded with a few parents about school nutrition, and to the best of my recollection, probably less than 5 about county finances. I wouldn't say that I miss all of those hard conversations with parents. They were not always easy. Some were phenomenal. I really appreciate the parents of this county. They're super supportive, even in difficult times. But I can say I was always open to questions, their thoughts and ideas from community members, because that's how we foster strong relationships and we serve this community effectively. I would advise anyone who has questions about school finance and budgeting or school nutrition to pick up the phone and give me a call. You can reach the office at 561-2621. My extension is 9616, by the way. I don't mind taking phone calls. I will answer with as much information as I can provide, and I hope to leave you with some reassurance, useful information, and some savings in your daily allowance of free time. Thank you so much.
All right, gentlemen, that brings us, I'd like to combine the next two, if that's okay. We've got some committee appointments that need to be made later on in the year. But the first one, Ms. Southall on the Bright Point Community College. Hers actually runs out, and we have a letter of recommendation for her to be reappointed again. Do we want to do them all tonight, or do we want to do them in May? Some of them we probably have to go talk to some folks and see if they want to be reappointed.
She has confirmed that she will serve if appointed.
Okay. I'd like to handle that one tonight,
Agreed.
seeing it's in the board book, and
Yeah.
so I will entertain a motion to reappoint Ms. Lori Kemp Southall to Bright Point Community College.
Believe Ms. Southall's in my district. I'd be happy to nominate Ms. Southall to serve again on the Bright Point Community College board.
Thank you, Ms. East. A motion on the floor to appoint Ms. Southall. Any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. Looking through the list, we do have a Mr. Wade in the Building Code of Appeals. His actually has already expired. He's in District 4.
I thought we only did that one, the standing.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we have anything on the docket for the building.
That's what I'm trying to
Appeals
say. I think it
Board.
has to.
So I
Yeah.
think maybe next month would be appropriate.
Okay. All right, we'll get in touch with him. All right, we'll move that on to,
Is that one by? So look, I've listed 2 places. Is that one has to be by district though, or?
it's District, it says District 4.
It looks like it's one for each district, 5 members.
I'm looking at 2 different lists at the moment, so. All right, you're gonna ask him to stay on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Okay. And all the other folks, if you see these folks in your district, I know they in your district. Looks like most of them run out at the end of June. Why don't we try to have them reappointed or new appointees in May? Is that cool with everybody?
Yep.
Okay. All right, it brings us to the activity reports. Start with Mr. Robinson.
Had quite a few emails. Talked to quite a few citizens. Had a CPMT meeting last month and basically that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Mr. Easter?
Say mainly calls, emails, texts, et cetera, from citizens, concerned about the direction of the county and boards failing of the county and its citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Easter. Mr. Jones?
I had a CRC meeting this morning and it was just business as usual, nothing really affected me in any kind of way.
Mr. White?
The last month, of course, we had our budget workshops and radio meeting, emergency services meeting, and I've got 2 or 3, I believe, of my standard meetings. Next week, nothing news earth-shattering or newsworthy in anything.
Thank you, sir. Most of mine were fielding emails and talking to citizens. Did have a Piedmont Regional Jail meeting this morning. That's about the extent. So moving on. The local agriculture products, that was Mr. Vaughn. He's already spoke. And he had talked to me earlier about, the ripple effect of the Tyson deal. And he felt he had some good stuff to say, so we invite him to the meeting. All right, now is the public hearing for the 23-24 budget. I'm going to open up for us for any discussion on supervisors.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
Now.
Not yet.
Do we have any discussion? We want to open the public hearing.
What?
Open the public.
I wanted to ask Dr. Harper a question, but he didn't give me the option on that.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna open the public hearing on the budget. That's what everybody's here for.
We get it clean.
Please keep your comments to 3 minutes. I'm not gonna run you out on a rail if you go over, but and we've got a lot of people that want to speak. Say what you need and then let the next person speak. State your name and address.
Okay, I'm Mary Alice Williams, and I'm chairman of the Board of Elections for the County of Amelia. And our board has an additional request. You've passed our budget, and we appreciate that. This is for, and I'm going to read my letter. This letter is to request the county make it a priority on the capital improvements list to find a new location for the registrar's office. The need for additional space has never been greater. During the election cycles, we have people working over top of each other in the current location to accomplish the many duties required by Virginia election laws. Our canvass meetings are held in the small backroom space directly in front of both bathrooms, next to the large office trash cans at the back door. Asking our citizens to work in these conditions is embarrassing and unprofessional. Our citizens and voters deserve better. The election board asks that you place our request for a new registrar office location on the capital improvements priority list for the FY24 budget or as soon as possible, yesterday. The board and registrar will be happy to provide you with any additional information to justify this request. And I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Hi, I'm Heidi Britt. I live at 24800 Geneto Road, Amelia, Virginia 23002. I want to talk about the school buses. I'm a bus driver, and Miss Rosanna behind me, she's one of us. We've got a couple of us out here tonight. I want to say a little corrections from what was previously said. As a bus driver, we are currently buying gas buses. We're not buying diesel and had gas in the past. We are now buying gas buses. The number of 45 or so buses that he says we have, I'm not coming up with those numbers as a bus driver. We have 30 buses that run a route every single day. We have 4 spare buses sitting on the lot. Well, actually, the 4 spares are on the road because we have 4 buses that are currently not running, that are trying to get fixed. We have 2 buses on the lot that can do nothing but be used for parts. They will not run. One of them doesn't even have a motor in it. We are still 2 routes short, and we are having to squeeze children on other buses. We need 2 more routes to help the bus drivers that we are still currently short. We only have 1 mechanic in the shop, and he is driving a AM and PM route every single day. So when our buses break down on the road, we have to sit and wait for him to finish a route to come help us with all the kids on the bus. We only have 1 office staff, our supervisor, Mary Golson, and that's it. We do not have help in our building. Everything that we have in the bus shop is the used stuff that came from the schools or the school board. We get nothing new. And when it breaks, you're pretty much out of luck. Our refrigerator, we thought it was a total loss. Luckily, our maintenance guy was able to fix it for us so that it continues to run. All we have is a refrigerator and a sink. I brought in the microwave so that we actually have a microwave in the bus shop to heat up our lunches. We've got a school bus right now that the front grill is falling off of it. We had to fix it with zip ties because the mechanic's on a bus. Because we don't have a mechanic to put screws in it. So we were, as bus drivers, we were able to zip tie the grill back on the bus. These are pretty rough time. I mean, we need help. And I'm hearing that they want to cut the transportation department. I have approximately 27 houses on my bus route. So if you cut transportation, that's 27 more cars trying to bring their children to schools every day, just off my route. And you've got 30 routes where people are going to have to bring their kids in. Or you have a situation like mine where TDS still hasn't brought in the new and improved lines. I don't know if they're ever going to bring it in. And I don't have internet, can barely afford it at my salary of $16,000 a year. And so my daughter failed the 8th grade during COVID year. She's now a sophomore. She went to summer school and passed her 8th grade just in summer school. She came back to school 9th grade. And from 9th grade and this year, 10th grade, she's been an AB honor roll student. And it's because we did not have internet for her to do her schoolwork. So if we cut the transportation, I'm going to have to find a different job. I use bus driving for insurance for my family. That's the whole reason I'm doing it, is for the insurance for my family and to keep me close to my daughter. But if this happens, then I'm going to have to find a new job. Don't know how she's going to be able to get to school. So she will probably have to drop out and get her GED. And she's an honor roll student. And we're like, let's just cut transportation. And some of the buses that I'm hoping the one with the rotting floor in it that we do have is not one of our spare buses. But we do have a bus out there with a rotting floor on it that does run, but I hope we're not using it. So that's what I have.
Thank you, man.
Thank you for correcting the misinformation from earlier tonight, too.
Hi, my name is Mary Adams, and I live at 11961 Matoax Lane. This is my daughter Ava. She's an 8th grader at the middle school, and I am going to read a statement that she actually has that she came up with when she saw the cuts that were being proposed to the schools. And so I'm going to read what she had to say. Her and I did then go through after she had looked at it on her own, and we went through and I talked about line by line with her what these cuts meant. Some of them she already knew were concerns for her. So this is what she had to say. I think the school budget should be fully funded. As an 8th grader, I look at all of my teachers and I see that they work hard at their jobs, and I truly learn a lot from them. If anything, the teachers should have a higher pay, not have more work to do due to lack of hiring additional support. Middle school athletics has been one of the best things I have ever done in middle school. The only disappointing thing is how outdated it can be, and I wish that we could afford better equipment for our athletes. When I would go away for games and track meets, I always noticed the nice facilities and equipment that they have at other schools. I find it pretty embarrassing walking in and having my jaw dropped at how nicely other schools have their equipment outfitted. If any student in the school wants to be experienced in sports when they go to high school, they should be able to have that experience while in middle school. I have also liked riding the bus and have done this for many years. The only thing that bothers me about riding the bus is how early I get on the bus and how late I get off the bus. I get on my bus at 6:45 a.m., then I get off around 4:15. So I usually have a limited amount of time to do work or activities when I get home. I really have no one to take me to school. I would either have to make my mom late for her job or be really early standing outside by myself, which students do, as I have dropped her off before. They have to be outside by themselves if you have to drop them off because you have to make it to work. That would be a safety concern for me. I'm also speaking for anyone around my age that does not have any way of getting to school other than the bus. A majority of students would have little or no way to get transportation to school and back home. Instead of the new buses, we should be buying even more, not fewer. I could complain about all of the cuts as I don't agree with any of them at all. So that is why I think that the school's budget should be fully funded. Thank you for your time. That is what she had to say. I had a couple of things to add to it. One, I would say when I hear a lot of people talking about the scores and the test scores and how that should be a reflection of maybe not some of the funding not being deserved by our schools, I would say that this to me is instead of a reflection of what our teachers are doing in our schools, that she was able to come up with these thoughts on her own and put this together is a better reflection to me than the test scores we're always throwing out there that mean very little to me as a parent. And I also want to say I've had 3 children already graduate from the public schools. 2 of them have went on to be very successful and have already begun careers. I would say part of that should be some credit owed to our ag department within the schools where they got their first experiences in the jobs that they're now doing. And then I have another one that is finishing his first year in college and has done awesome. So I would say that those things to me are a better testament to our schools and what our teachers are doing. Last, I do not want to only make this about the schools. The sheriff's department needs to be fully funded. We have wonderful deputies in this community. I have had personal experience with them, and then I see them as someone who works in the community, engaging with young children. They have shown that they care greatly for this community, and I would hate to lose them to another locality because we cannot pay them enough or they're stressed over the overtime that they're having to do. So I also do not want to not speak on the sheriff's department because I also want them to be fully funded. Thank you.
I don't know if y'all are able to turn up your mics because no one in the hall or the back can hear y'all, just to let you know.
Okay.
Oh, okay. It's just really hard to hear back there. But anyways, that was a side note. Sorry. Just speaking for us in the back. My name is Brandy Coward. I live at 17110 Appaloosa Court. Obviously, I have two small kids, so I support the schools, but there's plenty of people behind me that will come and make that point. So I just want to make a few comments about the budget. So when y'all had your final workshop, there was a few cuts. The sheriff's, the school department, the personal property tax increase from last year's mistake will make up some profit, and then the increase in license tax. So that was this year. Last year, we did a 5% cut across the board from all budgets. First of all, y'all have a thankless job. Y'all do a lot of work. I understand that. People don't appreciate it, and y'all take all the heat. But this is lazy budgeting. We had many days of workshops where departments came and presented budgets to y'all. And the solution is let's cut 5 items and walk away and call it a day. I just feel like we need a little more work, whether that requires more workshops or not. I would also request they be public because all this closed session, he said, she said stuff causes a lot of rumors in the county. So I feel like y'all should have some additional workshops and spend a little more time looking at this budget and cutting. If you're set on not increasing taxes, let's look and see where we can cut more than just the 5 items that were quick, easy cuts, hands washed, walk away. When the sheriff's department and our kids' education are 2 major, very major things in this community. So I just wanted to address that I feel like we need a little more budget management and we need to look a little more before we just say, let's cut these 5 things. Here's your budget. So that's just my opinion.
Sorry, my notes are on my phone. My name is Mandy Martin. I live at 5801 Cedar Lane. Amelia. I'm strictly here to talk about the budgeting for the police department and the schools. I'm talking on both of them because one is absolutely directed to the other. So I've done some research, and there are 10 consequences of not having access to education or underfunding education. The first one is poor health. The second is shorter life expectancy for adults and children. The third is poverty. When there's adverse life circumstances, people are not able to protect themselves. They're not able to get better jobs. They're not able to go out and kind of fight for what they want. They kind of just fight for what they can get. Unemployment linked to poverty. And you have to have, the skills to go out and market yourself. Lower salaries. When you lack qualifications, you're not going to get paid a good wage. That's just the way it is these days. Gender inequality. It's proven that women who receive poorer education than their male counterparts are often in adverse position, higher salaries, and the opportunity to express their views on various social issues. So we're leaving a whole group of people behind. Social isolation. Uneducated people struggle to fit in social situations, and they often remain marginalized. Illegal activities. This is where the police come in. People with lower education, unemployed, and those who work in poorly paid jobs are often forced to work hard and provide a bare existence. So they're going to try and get what they can. Crime is on the rise everywhere, but if Amelia County continues to shutter its education and its police, we're going to have problems, real big problems. The next one is a poor economy. We are shooting ourselves in the foot by not educating our children, by not bringing other businesses or whatever, not trying to grow. I'm not saying we have to grow fast, but we need to grow. If not, we're not going to be able, look, all of our farms are losing jobs right now. What are our kids supposed to fall back on? Their futures are being taken away. We have to educate them. And then the impossibility of adequate participation in political and social life. People are depressed. They have absolutely no hope for their futures. And we are doing that to our children when we cut their budgets. We're doing that. So what does that mean? We have a higher need for law enforcement in our county. It all correlates all together. Y'all really need to consider not cutting the budget to the schools and actually supporting it a little bit more than what y'all do. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Costley, and I'm the district nurse for Amelia County Public Schools. I moved to Amelia County in 2006, and at that time, my daughter was going into the first grade. And I was not sure about the school system coming into the county, so I chose to homeschool her for 2 years. In 2008, the economy crashed and I had to go back to work. That year, my daughter started third grade and my son started kindergarten. Not only did my opinion change about Amelia County schools, but I was pleasantly surprised and grateful for the education that my children received and realized the impact that the school system has on their lives. I began working for the school district in 2011, and in a world of educators, I realized that being a nurse can sometimes be a lonely and misunderstood role because people do not know or understand all that goes into being a school nurse. Actually, I had no idea of all that went into being a school nurse. I came from a background of hospice and home health prior to entering the world of school nursing, and I was shocked by the workload and level of care that was needed in the school system. 25% of our students in Amelia County have a chronic and/or acute health need. Those conditions range from asthma, epilepsy and seizures, diabetes, life-threatening allergies, ADHD, cancer, suppressed immune systems related to organ transplants and/or other health concerns, concussion management, sickle cell disease, heart conditions, and an increase in mental health needs. As medicine and technology continue to advance, more children are surviving life-threatening issues as infants they may not have survived in the past. With that progress comes an increase in medically fragile children and adolescents entering our school systems. 4 nurses in Amelia County schools may sound like a luxury, but it is not a luxury, it is a necessity. My position as district nurse is a crucial role in the seamless provision of comprehensive health services to our students and clinics. My role encompasses both health and educational goals. As teachers are the first line of defense in the care and safety of our students, I have made it a priority to ensure training in the care of our students with chronic health needs. This training is to make certain that no matter who is with our students are safe. This training also gives teachers an increased knowledge of what they may expect with a potentially medically compromised student in their classroom. And with knowledge comes more confidence in how to handle potentially difficult situations. My role as district nurse also includes providing state-mandated screening services, immunization verification and compliance, care during injuries and emergencies, organization with the local and district health departments in management and coordination of the pandemic and outbreaks of infectious diseases, preparation and distribution of emergency health plans, and education to students in regards to hygiene, self-care, STDs, abstinence and birth control, and the consequences, personally and socially, of teenage pregnancy. I also serve as a backup to provide hands-on care in the clinics on a regular basis. As the district nurse in Amelia County, I consider it a priority to protect our students, but also safeguard the school from liability. In my role, I provide leadership and oversight to the overall running of the care provided in the schools. I provide training and ongoing guidance and accountability to the nurses to ensure Amelia County policies and regulations are being met, the laws, mandates, and guidelines of Virginia are being followed, and that we are practicing within our license according to the Virginia Nurse Practice Act and the Board of Nursing. I have developed processes to ensure the continuity of care within the district and set up systems to safeguard our students in the times that nurses are out sick. Inadequate staffing threatens the safety and well-being of our students. Only because of the flexibility in my position have I been able to accomplish the tasks that my position requires. School nurses today care for students with complex conditions that require higher level acute care nursing proficiency. In addition to direct care, school nurses must have exceptional advocacy, public health, and leadership skills. With these efforts, we will continue to positively impact health and improve student attendance rates and help children have more educational opportunities. At a time when school nurses are on the front lines addressing children's healthcare needs and keeping them healthy for academic success, students are requiring an increase in medical care and safety measures, a reduction in force in the level of nursing care that is being that they are receiving due to budget cuts should not be something that is even being considered. Thank you.
Thank you, May.
Good evening. My name is Brittany Kingery, and I'm currently serving in my first year as the nurse at the Amelia Elementary School. In December of this year, I will hit my 10-year mark as a registered nurse. To some, that might not seem like much or feel like I have a lot of experience in the nursing world, but I guarantee you, if you're a nurse, you understand that means a lot. You see, nurses are known for eating their young. We are thrown in situations where we have to sink or swim, and we're never properly trained. Before joining ACPS, I spent all of my previous nursing years working in the hospital setting. I've done everything from rehab, neuro, med-surg, telemetry, women's health, and mother-infant. I have congratulated new parents as I hand them their brand new baby and hailed family members as they find out their loved one did not make it that we spent all night trying to save. Through the pandemic and staffing shortages, nurses who have been on the floor for a couple years were forced into leadership roles when they barely knew what to do themselves. This created a very unsafe working environment for staff and for patients. Stepping into my role as a school nurse found me shocked and in awe at the help and resources I had available from our district nurse. A full training manual that she had created from scratch, and we walked through together hand in hand. Answers to my endless questions and knowledge that comes from doing your job for more than a few years. This does not happen in the nursing world. There was no sink or swim. There was only here, let me show you. Not a single thing that I have experienced in the hospital could have prepared me for school nursing. In the hospital, school nurses are looked down on and kind of seen as a retirement job, while us real nurses are on the front lines. I quickly learned I had no clue how to handle the onslaught of students and was humbled in my opinion of the retirement job. I am quite literally triaging patients all day long. I have had several broken bones, asthma attacks, seizures, diabetic crises, and severe concussions. On an average day, I see between 50 and 70 students. These students include everything from daily medications, injuries, illnesses, diabetic management, tube feedings, seizures, and much more. I have had to make around 50 phone calls a day to parents about different situations regarding illnesses, injuries, and other things. I also am required to create in-depth documentation on each student that I see. This is an almost impossible feat that I barely finish every day. This is why the district nurse has to add the other tasks that have to be done at ACES to her plate. She must enter all of the kindergarten records that come from kindergarten registration. She must screen hearing, vision, and color blindness for every third grader, kindergartner, and transfer student that comes to our building. She has to create an emergency care plan for every single student that has any kind of illness. She has to update all medical alerts in PowerSchool and print reports for the cafeteria, teachers, and the clinic. She also has to help me prepare for every field trip and make phone calls to every parent for every kid that's going on a field trip with a medical need. I do not have time to do those things. The most important thing that she has to do is back me up in the clinic when it becomes full or I'm called to an emergency situation. I cannot leave my clinic unattended. With over 700 students in one building, the odds of more than one emergency happening at one time are pretty big. I am one person. To not have a licensed, skilled professional there for backup is a huge safety issue for our children. Cutting our school nurses from 4 to 3 would put us in an impossible situation and pose many safety concerns for our children. Our school system is blessed with 4 very experienced, very well-trained nurses. Just because we do our jobs so well that most people only have a fraction of a clue as to what we do on a daily basis does not mean that we will not speak up loudly when there is a threat to the safety of the children we are called to protect.
My name is Jessica Brown. Oh, you're fine. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the school board for allowing me to be the support staff. So with still having a child at home, and 3 other kids in this school system, I just wanted to say thank you for allowing me to have that opportunity. So,
Good evening. My name is Braden Wright. I live at 6321 Military Road. I'm a third grade student at Amelia Elementary School. I'm here tonight to tell you how I feel about you taking away money from the school. I am outraged that many different resources and activities could be cut. Our school already struggles to fund the activities, resources, and supplies. In my opinion, nothing is more important than children's education. We need new library books that aren't falling apart. I have friends that need help with math and reading but can't get extra help. There are always many resources for the gifted program. These are just a few examples of things that the school needs help with. And if we work together, we can figure out a way to make Amelia Public Schools the best they can be for all of our students. We can help every student get the education that they need and deserve. Thank you for your time.
Good evening to my board chair, my board representative. I got to follow that. Good evening. Good evening to my board representative, Mr. Jones, the other four supervisors, and Mr. Harvey. My name is Sylvia Hicks, 17200 Archers Creek Lane. I'm a former retired Amelia County Public School retiree, but I am speaking to you as president of the Russell Grove Association. Over the last 20 years, Russell Grove Association has awarded nearly $85,000 in scholarships, trade and academic scholarship to Amelia County Public School students. And we also have hosted a Black History essay contest open to all middle and high school students to encourage writing and improve their skills. Our main goal, one of our founding purposes, to cooperate with the Amelia County School Board and other local organizations in matters of mutual interest as it impacts education for our students in Amelia County. With that in mind, I'd like to share with you several comments. We are strong supporters of public education in Amelia and are disheartened by the projected cuts to the school budget. While budgetary restraints are challenging, we ask you, each of you board members, to keep in mind that each cut, each trade-off will send a message about the values, about our values, our county values, about how we support and encourage education that will impact every child in our county. We applaud the work of our school divisions administration and the instructional staff and all they've done during the pandemic, and I was part of that struggle during the pandemic, and our continuous efforts to have students to thrive. Because the impact of these cuts will be traumatic, we also ask you to be very cognizant of the strain and stress that will place on our children, our students, our most valuable resource, as well as the teachers, the staff, the parents, and our community at large. Our association will continue to support the remarkable work that ACPS is doing to provide our young people to recover from learning loss, to create a safer environment, especially in this era of looming violence in schools. We ask you, lastly, to think, as we go through these challenging times, to think differently, to think outside the box of ways to recover these financial losses that will not create trauma or disrupt our educational process here in Amelia. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
My name is James Squire. I live on 16045 Arches Creek Lane, and we attend Amelia County High School. Here to put a face to those who will be impacted by your proposal cuts to the ACPS budget, or to eliminate key elements of our school's program.
Hello, my name is Justin Squire. I live on 16045 Arches Creek Lane. It's my understanding there are some of the cuts that the school would have to school consider, including transportation, middle school sports, some staff positions, and field trips. If transportation is eliminated, the attendance rate will decrease because many students won't be able to go to school. If middle school sports are cut, young athletes will miss out on the development of skills they'll need for high school sports and for later in life.
My name is Todd Spurlock. I live on 11,000 Winterham Road, and other cuts such as eliminating security and nurse position will jeopardize student safety and their well-being. I understand that those are difficult decisions to make, but I implore you to invest in the future of Amelia County by investing in us. The students of Amelia County Public Schools, we are the future and we are worth it.
My name is Sherry Spurlock. I live at 11,000 Winterham Road. I'm here to voice my opposition to the proposed budget cuts to the school's budget. But first, I would like to thank Mr. Easter, Mr. Wyant, and Mr. Phelps for responding to the email that I sent out to all the board members last week in regard to the budget. Mr. Easter and Mr. Wyant, I appreciate your continued support of the Amelia County Public School System. Mr. Phelps, in your response to me, you stated that the board tried everything before getting to this point. And I asked, what were those other options that were considered before considering such drastic cuts to such a valuable part to our community? As a parent of students in the system, as a 20-year resident in this county, and as a taxpayer, I would just like to say that I approve of the Amelia County Public Schools proposed budget, and that I am in favor of the 8 to 10 cent tax increase that's necessary for completely funding their budget.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is James McMillan. I live on 8411 Daybreak Drive, and I come to you today to speak as a teacher and a coach. I know you guys have to make tough decisions and tough cuts, but I'm going to tell you that our kids are our most valuable asset. If we ever want to get out of this situation, we have to fully fund them. As a coach, I know middle school was put on the chopping block. I had over $2,000 in donations this week alone just for my baseball team that the parents put in on a fundraiser. We need to look at other ways to fund things. If you need to take some away from us, that's fine, but don't cut us and leave us in the cold. Because our boys learn things on that field. They learn how to communicate and work together. They learn how to, I've got kids that didn't get along at the beginning of the year, and they get along now, just from the ability to work together on the baseball field. So you need to think about it before you fully get rid of it. And then my last point is, if we don't think about funding the schools, we've got a lot of parents ready to pull out and homeschool, and that money goes down the tube that goes with each child. So we need to think about where we're cutting. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening. My name is Will Kingery, and I'm a 7th grade student at Amelia Middle School. I'm here tonight to speak about the proposed budget cuts to the middle school sports program. And I'm going to give 4 reasons that the middle school sports are important. There are 356 students that attend ACMS. And out of these students, approximately 100 participated in sports this past year. This brings me to my first point. Student athletes cannot fail more than 1 course in order to remain eligible to play. This means that 28% of ACMS students passed a minimum of 6 out of 7 classes. simply because of sports. The second point I would like to bring to your attention is that sports keep students from getting in trouble. Sports are a motivation to follow school rules so that student athletes can participate. Next, there's the matter of attendance. Students must attend school the day of practice and games in order to participate that day. Lastly, without a middle school sports program, there would be no way to feed our high school sports program with qualified athletes. In closing, cutting the middle school sports program would cause grades to drop, discipline issues to rise, attendance numbers to plummet, and a huge loss of quality athletes for our high school program. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, board members. Lexi Wyant, 18601 Patrick Henry Highway. I'm reading this in standing of a teacher who cannot be here because God bless those teachers. Good evening, esteemed members of the board. I'm writing to you today while homesick with what I believe is the flu. Nevertheless, I've mustered up enough energy to speak on behalf of the Amelia County Public Schools. It amazes me how the education of our youth is overlooked, ignored, or even silenced by society. I'm appalled how we are left to figure it out when budget cuts are proposed and often approved within the educational setting. It is no secret that budget cuts have been a facet for many years, but it seems particularly following the COVID pandemic. Yes, COVID should no longer be an excuse for protecting educational funds, but it doesn't turn a blind eye to the fact that the repercussions of COVID still exist. I could list every negative aspect of education that COVID has been the root cause of, but I'd probably exceed my 3-minute time limit. So rather that, I'll list the most prevalent. Students that are allergic to hard work, fueled by their addiction to technology, unruly parents that believe their opinions on how to teach and manage a classroom far exceeds the educational professional, the teacher with a degree in education, and directives and mandates forced down our throats without the faintest care of our overfilled workload. By reducing funding, you are saying, who cares? Just figure it out. Again, I'm writing to you in bed sick. How do you suppose I became sick in the first place? Parents that allow their sick children to come to school and refuse to pick them up. The same parents who believe that they know what's best for their child, yet I'm homesick without pay because I'm left to figure it out. For a sake to avoid rambling, I'll end this message here. At some point, be with it reducing funding, limiting support, and a total disregard for those that work tirelessly to teach our youth. The ones you'll be left saying, figure it out to, are the parents. Teachers are leaving in droves. I myself am leaving it. Fix it and prevent it while you still can. Thank you, ACS educator.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Poe, 8500 Woodland Drive, Amelia Courthouse, Virginia. I've come to talk about the proposed cuts to ACPS needs-based budget and how increasing educational spending will always benefit the community as a whole and not just the parents and teachers. Some members of the community have stated they do not want to fund the schools because they do not have any children in the county and therefore it does not benefit them. This is a ridiculous viewpoint for two reasons. Firstly, personal utilization is a very close-minded and individualistic point of view. I have never used the police department. However, I see its value and wish to continue to fund it and would be willing to raise my taxes to do so. I've never utilized any emergency services, fire or EMS, and yet I see its value and wish to continue to fund them. I've never utilized the baseball fields, the courthouse, the social services, or steps, and yet I see their value and understand that other members of my community use them, and therefore they are an asset to me. I am my community, and my community is me. Secondly, education of our citizens benefits everyone in the community. I've heard outcry from citizens of this county about crime. They have shut down apartment complexes, housing developments, and numerous other projects because they're concerned about how they will increase the crime rate. Meanwhile, a study completed by the Center for Economic Policy Research determined that a 10% increase in educational spending reduced the likelihood of being arrested between the ages of 17 and 30 by 15%. Therefore, an increase in educational funding will not only reduce crime in our area, but cut the budget needed for public safety. I have heard outcry from the citizens of this county that the economic climate has made it too difficult to pay an increased tax rate. However, a study completed by Northwestern found that a 10% increase in educational spending had 7% higher wages as adults and 3% lower risk of adult poverty. One can assume this is due to the fact that the same 10% increase in educational spending raised graduation rates by 7% as well.
More citizens with a high school diploma means more citizens who can join the workforce, well-educated and ready to give back to the community that raised them. I've heard citizens complain that school system does not generate enough revenue to justify the increased spending. However, the same study through Northwestern determined that for every dollar spent on schools, there's a 2% return on investment. When your community is well educated, you will have a reduction in crime, a reduction in need-based social program usage, and an increase in wages. Reduction in educational spending means a reduction in opportunities for our citizens. If we want to keep Amelia great, we need to keep the schools fully funded.
Good
Good evening. My name is Melissa Cease, 10551 Bevels Bridge Road. I've been an Amelia resident for 19 years. I have 3 children, 2 of which graduated from Amelia County High School and 1 who is a junior. But I'm here tonight more than a mother and a resident. I'm here as an agriculture educator and an FFA advisor. First, let me clarify, because I know we have some private school folks and we have some folks that are new to the county. FFA used to stand for Future Farmers of America, but in 1988, the name was officially changed to the National FFA Organization. This was done to open agriculture to those who had a love of a rural community and did not just farm for a living, much like the citizens of Amelia County. I plan to come here tonight and speak to you about why I supported fully funding the budget, the importance of education overall, but I find myself in a position where I need to defend what I do as an agriculture educator based on some noise. So here's why you should listen to me instead of some guy with a YouTube channel, bad ideas, and too much time on his hands. I hold a bachelor's degree in agriculture education and equine science from Virginia Tech and a master's degree in general education from Liberty University. I have recently been selected to serve a second term as a national teacher ambassador for FFA and serve the state of Virginia as the Southeast Area Vice President of the Virginia Association of Agriculture Educators. But the most important thing I do is serve with 3 phenomenal ag teachers at Amelia County High School who also advise the FFA chapter. We pour our heart and soul into our students and members. We work weekends, we get up at 5 a.m. to drive students to contests, stay late sorting cookie dough, citrus fruit, and strawberries so we can fund all the amazing things our students do. We spend a week in the summer in unair-conditioned dorms at Virginia Tech so our students can compete and fellowship with other FFA members. But the most important thing we do, the big one, the thing that costs the most money, is we drive these kids halfway across the country, work 15-hour days, sleep in hotels, so that they can experience the amazing opportunity that is the FFA National Convention. This opportunity is funded by fruit, strawberries, cookie dough, meat sticks at Field Day of the Past, generous parents who will write a check for their students and some others to travel with us, and a Perkins grant. It is a federal grant earmarked for career and technical education. It can't be divvied up for anything else you want, and it certainly can't be funded with a GoFundMe, for example. But my question to you and others who question the funding of the schools is, why wouldn't you want to fund that? Why wouldn't you want your tax dollars to go towards experiences for future agriculturalists in Amelia County? When you look to cut the budget, you're looking to cut agriculture education. And Mr. Robinson, you've told me I can't line item cut. I understand that. But when you choose to cut the school budget, you are choosing to force the hand of the school board to say, this has to go, this has to go, this has to go. And some of the things that are going to go are going to be another ag teacher, which we need. It's going to be a workforce coordinator, which we need. So I'm here tonight to say to you, as an agriculturalist, as a homeowner and landowner in Amelia County, and as a voter who wants to preserve the rural small town feel of Amelia, I, Melissa Cease, tell you tonight, you have my blessing. I encourage you, raise my taxes to fully fund the public schools.
Thank you.
The good news, I'm the last one in line. Nope, somebody joined me. My name is Brenda Johnson. I'm from District 2. I live at 17801 Arches Creek Lane. And I lived in Amelia, went to school in Amelia, went away, and have been back for 16 years. I am here to ask you all to use your professional experiences and come to an understanding of not why we need to cut the budget, but how to fund the budget. Look at the tax structure and find a way. And also look at the economic opportunities that should be available in Amelia County. If we can enhance the economic opportunities for companies to come to Amelia and you look at the tax rate, we can do this. You all are smart, small business, talented men. You've been in 5 generations of a farm. I'm sure you've had to make challenges, Mr. Jones, correct? All of you know the challenges you face in your own businesses and jobs. You can do it. We've elected you, put it on the table. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be tough. But I believe that if you all put your heads together, you can find a way to fully fund our budget. Thank you.
I like it like that. I like it like that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. What, you don't like it like that? Okay, oh, you don't.
Good evening. I didn't come prepared to speak because I told myself I wasn't going to speak, but here I am. I'm Jennifer Whitaker, 17010 Whitaker Road, Amelia. I have dedicated my life to public education, and I'm proud to say that. I taught in this county for 11 years. I now work at Longwood and work with future teachers, getting them certified and getting them a degree to return to the classroom. And I'm proud to say that. I decided to dedicate my life to education, whether that was in the classroom or that was helping future educators. I have 3 children, all of which are about to be, my last one is a senior, a graduate of Amelia County Public Schools. I too am a graduate of Amelia County Public Schools. My first son is a welder, my second son is a lineman, and my daughter has been accepted to Virginia Tech. She's been accepted to Virginia Tech under scrutiny, and it was very difficult for her. The opportunities there for students to be admitted, it is very difficult. I have seen through the hard work of the school board, the opportunities that have been added, not taken away at Amelia County High School in recent years. There were 2 ag teachers. Now there's 3. What will a cut do to that when you need 4? And those teachers are already teaching an extra class. What's a cut going to do to that? They're not going to get that 4th teacher, and they're going to be expected to teach 7 classes. Also, I will address facts. It's important that you understand where you get your information from. A local social media account that constantly puts out false information is not where you need to take your information from. Lastly, I will say to you, I ask that you fully support this school budget. These school systems, public schools, face a national, not an Amelia County public school shortage of teachers, a national teacher shortage like never before. If you aren't planning to give competitive raises, and I know you can't compete with Chesterfield, never said you should. We're not Chesterfield. But if you can't be competitive, their rate of being able to employ qualified teachers, is going to be very low. Your schools are also facing a school safety concern like never before. I ask that you fully fund this school budget.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Alatalo, and I live at 8411 Daybreak Drive, Amelia County, Virginia 23002. First thing I want to touch on is that you guys have the security officer listed as something you want to cut. As of the 100th day of this year, I just want to make sure that you guys know we've had 132 school shootings in this country. So 52 50 different states, 365 days. By day 100, there was more shootings in schools than there was days in the year by 32. The other thing you all want to cut is parapros, certain educational positions, certain SPED programs for special need children who need the accommodations to get through their daily school life and successfully achieve graduation by 12th grade. I can't say that I agree with that because I'm looking at teachers that don't get breaks. I'm looking at teachers that can't use the bathroom because they don't have anybody to cover them. I'm looking at teachers that are exhausted and overwhelmed, and that is not okay because that does not help our students, that does not help our teachers, that does not help our administration. And their frustration is the children's frustration because kids pick up on that and they reiterate it. So we're having problems with children's behavior in school because they weren't in school for 2 years, and now they're coming back to schools that are severely understaffed. That's not okay. You want to cut the middle school sports programs, and you want to tell me that the only effect that's going to have is an effect on their socialization, correct? Okay, well, let me help you out here. It doesn't just affect their socialization. Kids are going home. They don't have anything to do. They're sitting there. They maybe do their homework. They maybe burn their house down. Who knows? You give them their middle school sports, they have their socialization. They're learning their sportsmanship. They're learning how to act under a coach, which in real world would translate to behave in a job environment. You talk about you go to the grocery store, you want respect from these 15-year-olds. You need to do that by example, by giving them an example, because sending them home to nothing isn't giving them an example. Finally, give me a second, I lost my train of thought for a minute. Transportation. You want to cut that to only special needs children that require it. Some of these kids don't have the gas money to get back and forth to school every day. If you have to raise my taxes to give these kids what they need, then do that. But don't cut their budget.
Hello. I don't even know if I really need to say my name, but it's Martin Conkle for all y'all that don't know. This is sad that things have had to come to this. You know, we got the kids, the teachers here and stuff. I know that this is not what everybody wants to do, but it's part of the government process. I just wanted to throw some perhaps false information, but I'm getting it off of the school board's budget thing, just FYI. Dr. Harper spoke of the composite index and how that's going to change local funding. 2018 to 2020, 0.32. 2020, 2022, 0.34. Local funding was about $4 million some dollars in 2019. Even with these cuts, was it about 8 million? Am I correct? Anybody? It's almost double. Even with the cuts, there's still an increase in overall money for the school system, 10% increase from last year. Just a fun fact too, just throwing this out there, not many people realize, but we have the same amount of students in our schools since 1993. Just kind of interesting thing I found. You know, before, if there was a money tree, I'm sure we'd be picking it off the vine right now and giving it to everybody. Unfortunately, the only way to make that money tree grow anymore at this point is to raise taxes. And I'm glad people have said it. I'm glad that's part of the conversation because that's really the only way to do it. So thank you for y'all that actually spoke truthfully and say raise taxes. I don't want my taxes raised. I don't think a lot of other people want their taxes raised either. If we do have to raise taxes, I would challenge that we put it on a referendum and let all the people of this county decide. And one more thing I want to point out during the budget workshops, which I attended most of them, or if not watched, the sheriff had to get a hard cut to their budget. And we don't like that either. But the sheriff sat down, professional. They had to come up, do some compromising, and I think we're able to make something work for everybody, if I'm not mistaken. The schools, as I witnessed there myself, said, pretty much give it to us or else. That's not professional. That's not compromise. And Bobby Lipes, I don't know where he's at, but he's right. This is bullying because I don't see a single deputy in here in line. And I know we're speaking for them. We love our deputies. I do too. But I don't see them packing this place either. So that's just something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's an election year for sure. Exactly.
Good evening, Mayor, Chairman Phelps, Board of Supervisors, Ms. Harvey. My name is Bob Smith. I live at 13301 Bent Creek Road. I want to compliment you guys for the budget you've come up with. I attended each one of the budget sessions, and I was pleasantly surprised and actually amazed at how much you had dug into the figures, came up with some workable combinations, and presenting this budget. Now, the lady that says we get our information, you got your information, you're trying to get the information, but you can't get it. I'll give you an example that was given here tonight. Last month, the school board came in, the school superintendent came in here with a request for a grant. And it says, however many millions of dollars it was, I can't remember. But they said we had a long discussion, you guys had a long discussion about if they accepted the grant, the school budget had to be 75% of the county budget for the life of the grant. Tonight, she gets up here and says the school budget is 31.6% of the total budget of the county. No wonder you can't get any good figures. That didn't come off the internet, it didn't come off Facebook, came right here.
She never said that.
And I agree with, you guys have a tough job. I know how tough it is. I've sat in your seat. But I applaud you. I applaud the effort you put. It's not just, you just didn't put some figures down on a paper and come up with a figure and present it tonight. You've actually gone in the weeds. You've done the best you could. And I think you've done a fair job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Holmes, 16800 Poorhouse Road. I apologize for the attire. I was volunteering at the softball field prior to coming here. I'll be honest, I haven't always paid close attention to the budget, but when my wife starts begging to spend more money, then that kind of gets my attention. So I listened to the Board of Supervisors budget on our way home from vacation, and I must have listened to a different meeting than he listened to, the gentleman before me, because Mr. Jones, not to pick you out, but you said his sounded good. I'm gonna go with his. That's essentially what your contribution was. I mean, to me, that's not digging in the weeds at all. That's not doing my homework. That's coming to class and cheating off somebody else's paper. Like that showed no effort at all. And yeah, Sean's was simple because his fixed all the problems that we're having. I mean, that was my takeaway from the meeting that I listened to on the way home from vacation. The board also hides behind the guise of trying to help the elderly as a reason for not raising the real estate tax when, as Laura mentioned, you've dragged your feet on your opportunity to help the elderly for how long now? Like, so in short, I support the 10-cent increase. And Martin just beat the school board up for not compromising with the board. Well, if 10 cent isn't the answer, what is the answer? How about the board compromise with Sean and Joseph on something? That's all I've got.
My name is Diane Smith. I live at 13301 Bent Creek Road. One thing came to mind. Everybody has come up and said, you've said we're cutting the middle school athletics. You've said we're cutting this. You've said we're cutting that. You guys worked and came up with a budget. The school board, the superintendent, and all the officials, and I'm a retired teacher from elsewhere, folks, so I'm in favor of education. but they're the ones that have chosen which things to cut. So just keep that in mind. Somebody's got to compromise somewhere. Raise taxes, cut something. We got to be realistic.
Well, I think I'm bringing up the rear here. So I'm going to keep it short and sweet and just reiterate the fact that everybody's already spoken. Y'all have heard. So I'm going to talk about leadership and good leadership. Leadership is paramount to any business and certainly our beloved community. The health of our county is highly dependent on this leadership. Good community members will ensure interactions with their communities and help constituents connect and exchange skills and ideas and enrich each other. They will help people develop a sense of community and social responsibility that results in strong social ties. Leadership encourages people to be there for each other. Questionable leadership with perceived hidden agendas can often lead to a lack of confidence in our leaders and the decisions that they make. It also leads to turmoil, bickering, and much more amongst the community members, departments, and others. Poor decisions can be crippling for almost anyone in our county, young and old. The effects of cutting school budgets and schools have already been mentioned by Ms. Martin and several others tonight, so I will not reiterate all of that. I'd just like to remind you to please remember the power that you have at your fingertips. Thank you.
I'd like to, Grace Wyant, 18601 Patrick Henry Highway. I'm going to ask my children to join me up here because when you talk about school cuts, these are the faces of the people that you impact the most. I have 4 children, 3 of them are still in the school system, and they deserve better than what the board is putting out there right now. So you're affecting the most important resource we have in this county, and that's our kids. I agree with everything that they said. These were lazy cuts. When Sean proposed a 10-cent increase, I said, babe, help me understand why people are so upset about this. So if you equalize it and it goes to 38 cents and we raise it by 10, that's 48 cents. That's actually less than what we're paying right now. Now, I'm not saying some people's taxes might not go up. Sure, they will. But it's going to benefit our schools and it's going to benefit our children. The best thing that's happened to Amelia County Public Schools, unfortunately, was COVID, because we had COVID CARES money come in and we saw resources that our board never would have been able to buy because our county does not support our school system. We were able to get Promethean boards. We were able to get one-to-one Chromebooks. 60% of the teachers that work in the schools are taxpayers in Amelia County. What does that say? You're telling us that our hard work, even through the pandemic, did not matter. If you think that what we're going through is over, it is not. It is years to come. Now, I'm fortunate. I teach 2nd grade, so I'm starting to see kids that were not affected by COVID in schools. But those kids that left my room and those kindergartners that had those years, they've got a whole lot of school ahead of them. The citizens have told me. I've reached out to my board member, but when I do, they tell me all the reasons that I shouldn't agree with raising taxes or supporting the schools. That's not your job. Your job is to listen. I also hear, yeah, I email bond board members, but they don't respond to me. That is your job. And I've decided either people don't care, they really don't care about what's going on in this county until it's too late, or they trust you. And I hope it's that. They trust that you're going to make the right decisions for the kids in the schools. And I don't see that happening. 2 years in a row, you have said, I hope it gets better next year. How's it going to get better if we don't do anything? What's your plan moving forward? How are we going to make things better if you don't even entertain what the other 2 board members are saying, who actually have children in the school and actually do care? I'm sorry, my notes are all over the place because I just Wow. We have a lady that just spoke, former educator. Thank you for your time. And she's 100% right. Some people have said, hey, you know, they blamed you for the cuts that the school board's proposing. It's not your fault directly. You know, you can't say line by line what they do, but when you cut funding, we have to fund academics first. So all that extra fluff has to go. And there's so much fluff in the schools. I don't see you guys in there volunteering. We need help. We need feet on the ground. We need people working with these children. Where are you? Look, the schools do not claim to be perfect. Yeah, we have things that go on, but if you watch the news, it's going on everywhere else too. And if you think cutting funds is going to fix it, you're wrong. It's not. It's going to make it worse. And then one day, those kids are going to be sitting up here running our county. Nothing was mentioned about reading and math at the school board meeting. Well, you've only been to 2, and I've been to plenty, and we focus on academics a lot at those meetings. And it was all about social stuff and feelings. Well, let me tell you what, when you've got kids in your classroom and you're actually an educator and you understand what it means, you know that you have to address those basic needs or you can't teach them anything. They come to school to be loved just as much as they come to be educated. We educators definitely can calculate and negotiate. And I appreciate so much what Ms. C said. Look, guys, if you have questions, please contact our school board because people that think they know and make their YouTube channels, they really don't know.
Clearly.
How can the citizens coming out tonight be considered bullying? That is the saddest comment I think I heard tonight. I have been at this meeting every night with Sean, other than one because I was sick, to support him because I said, when you look in that crowd, I want you to know at least one person's on your side. And every month you guys say, I want to hear from the citizens. I want to hear from the citizens. But when they show up, you don't want to hear from them. Your body language shows that you don't want to hear from them. So now you've heard from us. And I ask that anybody that's still here, because I know it's late, that supports the schools, please stand up. And if you are okay with your taxes being raised to fund your children's education, stand up. The board members, I watched that budget meeting. I support the schools. Look, wait. 3 board members said, we've got to make these cuts, but I support the schools. Words, not action. When you cut the budget, you are not of your word. You are not supporting the schools. Do the right thing. Make those changes that we need. I'm not saying don't cut something. I'm realistic. Cut something. Fund a sheriff's department. We need those guys and fund our schools. Thank you.
Yeah, that's kind of hard to follow. I'm Tony Easter from 14,000 Chula Road, Amelia, Virginia. It's tough times. It's hard not to be sympathetic to what I hear. But the cold, hard facts is everything that I've sat here and heard the whole night is y'all need to cut. Y'all need to figure out. Y'all need to the school budget, so you can fund the school budget. It's a hard thing to do, but maybe the school board needs to figure out what to do. I don't want my taxes raised. And I'm standing here with a lot of other people that are not here tonight that would prefer to stay away from this crowd because they don't want their taxes raised. They're not against the schools. They're not against the kids. But I don't see where, if y'all have to do all the trimming and y'all have to fix this, why can't the school board fix this? Why can't they in part fix it? Why can't they trim a little bit of fat? You know, it's not an easy thing. There is no fat. I know, it never is when you're asking for money. And of course, you know, you're in a tough place, and I understand that. But I don't go out and raise the prices on my product if my checking account is not balanced. And that's basically when you raise taxes, that's what you're doing. Now, what's he gonna do next year when they want more money? You're gonna raise taxes again and just keep going and feed the monster. That's what it looks like from a lot of different people. So, and it's taking nothing away. I mean, we came up in an era when schools didn't require all of this. And that's many years ago. Many years ago, we didn't have the advantages that I remember, Mr. Neller, how many bake sales did we have to buy music? How many days did you get me out of class just to write music? So our band could buy our own uniforms and do that. Those are days of the past. I think the kids are a little bit not spoiled, but we've given a lot and given a lot. What does it send a message when they say, oh, we need this now? No compromise. We need this now. What does that teach our kids? Does that teach your kids all they gotta do is keep asking, we're gonna give them? I don't know about y'all's kids, but when my kids asked for something, if I didn't have the money to pay for it, I just said, no, we'll do better next time. So that's the way I think this should be run. I support your proposed budget. It's just, and maybe if times get better and not taken away from the schools, but if times get better, maybe we can. We don't know what's down the road a year, and it ain't looking good. So I support y'all. I know y'all got a tough job. The schools have a tough job. Everybody has a tough job, but to me, I don't see the need in trying to demoralize somebody because there's not enough fruit on the tree for everybody to get. It just is that simple. You cannot, like Jack said, you can't squeeze blood out of a turnip. It just ain't gonna happen. So thank y'all for your time and good luck.
Thank you. Is anybody else in line?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
There's a one. Hard to tell how far back. Kind of hard to tell because a lot of people sit in the bottom.
Good evening, gentlemen. Sarah Tanner Anderson, 6720 Military Road, Amelia County School Board, Vice Chair, District 5. Good evening, gentlemen. I sent this statement via email to the board, but having only heard back from one of you, thank you, Mr. Wyatt, I'd like to share it here for your consideration. It's with a heavy heart that I come to you again this year requesting your support for Amelia County Public Schools. What I thought might have been an anomaly in funding last year appears to have become a trend, and I'm saddened to find myself here again asking for you to fund our most precious resources, our children. I was elected to advocate for our students, the faculty and staff who serve them, and the community who supports them. And for them, I ask for your careful consideration. From the gas pump to the grocery store and everywhere in between, there's a shared frustration within our community that prices are rising. Needs, however, are not decreasing. I've heard time and again that we should invest in our county, in its growth and its development, and yet I've not seen such talk come to fruition. Most recently, we've braced for the closing of Tyson and have lamented the loss of such employment that it brings when a shutdown comes to our small community. But might I remind you that Amelia County Public Schools is one of the largest employers in our county? Without adequate funding, I worry that we will lose teachers and other staff at increasing rates. I worry too that families with school-age children might seek communities with more available resources and educational support in which to raise their children. I find it disheartening the solution you have chosen to fix the county's overarching financial problem is to drastically cut the school budget again. Will this satisfy your deficit? I suppose my question to you, gentlemen, is what are you doing to fix the underlying problem that has brought our county to another budget season behind and below what is required to adequately serve your constituents?
Rather than place a Band-Aid on a financial wound by cutting the school budget year after year, I implore you to consider the implications your actions will have on a generation to come. ACPS has worked tirelessly to provide open, transparent communication regarding division finances. We have tried to be fiscally conservative in our requests and fiscally responsible in our stewardship. At every turn, however, we have been questioned, undercut, and unsupported. In fact, we were not even invited to the budget workshops this year. There's been a great deal of misinformation surrounding this year's budget season, and I believe that we, together, can and should work to better inform and include our community in understanding the budget process. To that end, I hope that we might collaborate more productively in the future, respecting our collective charge to make Amelia a better place to live, learn, and thrive. Lord willing, when we've all grown old, we will one day find ourselves in the care of the children placed in our care today. I pray we've invested well. Thank you.
Good evening, Robin Whittington. I am the District 2 School Board Representative and a 20-year resident of the county. I've had a lot of words put in my mouth recently, so I thought I would take this opportunity to share my letter from April 8th that I shared with the board. I'm reaching out today to share my concerns regarding the fiscal year 24 budget for Amelia County. As we are all aware, costs are universally high. Some increases are due to normal inflation that comes with time, while others are related to supply chain disruptions and the geopolitical events of the past 3 years. The exact impact of Tyson leaving the area is not yet known, but it will obviously be significant. Tipping fees from the landfill have long been over-relied upon to fund capital improvements, and now they are on the decline. These are truths. However, during the budget workshop sessions this year, I heard several of you say multiple times that we were hoping next year would be better in terms of the county's revenues and expenses. Now, having hope tied to my faith has served me well in life. But I do not believe that hope is a responsible method for financial governance. Within my family's business, which is greatly impacted by Tyson, and even my own household budget, we do not only hope for better years when money gets tight. We work together to reduce expenses when possible, while increasing income where opportunities to do so exist. As our elected officials in charge of the county's operating budget, I expect our supervisors to do the same. Analyze trends within our community, understand how the greater economic landscape impacts our area, plan for the future, and work together with the knowledgeable employees of all county departments to take actions that will provide the best current and future opportunities for Amelia citizens. As a tax-paying citizen, I believe that Amelia County has reached a point where it must increase revenue. I support doing so through incremental real estate and/or property tax rate increases. When there are differences between budget requests and what can be funded, I support working together with departments to decrease requests within line item areas. Multiple small dollar amounts add up to larger dollar amounts with less disruption to public services. When budgetary constraints are larger, I support decreases in funding that are proportional to a department's budgetary makeup, as opposed to across-the-board cuts, or making one or two departments bear the burden of all. Public services are essential to the success of any community, but especially so in rural areas like Amelia. Our public schools, public library, emergency services, there's a deputy out there that sat in my high school classroom 10 years ago. All county offices provide essential public services to our citizens, and they must be appropriately equipped. As a currently serving school board member, I am disappointed that the school system was not originally invited to participate in the budget workshop sessions. Whether this was an accidental oversight or intentional omission, not asking the largest portion of the budget to come to the table for discussion seems irresponsible. The Amelia County Public Schools budget for fiscal year 19 was 3 pages long. Since then, new administration has been in place. Transparency and efficiency have been highest priorities. The school board approved budget for fiscal year 24, which you all have, is 50 pages long. It is needs-based. It shows every line item amount. It is written using dollar figures for actual employees and their respective years of employment, not general amounts for categories. Many services are required to be provided in a school system by various state and federal mandates. Some of those are required services are funded by the mandating body, and some are funded through a combination of funds to include local ones. Most funding dollars are not discretionary. They cannot be moved from one area of the budget to cover another area depending on the whims of school administration. ACPS administration and school board members are trained in school finance and work together to put forth fiscally responsible requests that are needed to serve the families of Amelia County. Simply put, the budget request that the school board makes of the county is what is needed. I support the Amelia County Public Schools fiscal year 24 budget as presented by the school board. I'm encouraged, I wrote this a week ago, I'm encouraged to hear that our respective board chairs, finance directors, and administrators will be meeting to discuss the current budget cycle and implication of any proposed cuts. Losing $1.4 million from the budget would be devastating to our students and the community as a whole. Because the school board approved budget is needs-based, there is no fat to cut. And I look forward to hearing the results of that meeting and would like our boards to find more opportunities to continue to work together for the citizens of Amelia County. The volume of disinformation floating throughout the community regarding the workings, intentions, and control of our governing bodies is very disheartening. I believe coming together and working for the common public good in transparent ways is one of the best methods to combat disinformation. During the budget work sessions, one supervisor claimed that citizens are not happy with their return on investment of tax dollars in the public school system. I believe in working with real numbers, so I pulled my local tax bills. In 2022, my husband and I paid $2,668.83 in real estate tax and $3,238.24 in personal property tax for a grand total of $5,907.07 in local taxes paid to Amelia County. With the local portion of our budget of the Amelia County Public Schools budget accounting for 31.14% of the fiscal year 23 Amelia County budget, that means I sent $1,839.46 of my local tax dollars to the school system. We happen to have 4 of our 6 children in the school system. Next year, it'll be 5. So if you divide our $1,839.46 by 4 children, we contributed $459.87 in tax dollars for each of our children. For our money, our children had access last year alone to 12 classroom teachers each day, 6 resource teachers teaching art, gym, STEAM, library, music, foreign language education, participated in 3 different sports seasons, participated in the National Elementary Honor Society, stayed after school for gifted and talented programming, ate approximately 1,440 meals, rode a bus to and from school each day driven by a woman who loves them as her own, had access to Chromebooks to complete in-class work and homework, and the occasional field trip, all while learning their traditional subject matters, navigating social growth, and learning to be decent humans and contributing members of society within groups of their peers. If you take our $1,839.46, you divide it by the total student population of Amelia County Public Schools, which was 1,635, we contributed $1.13 per student for the year. My husband and I are beyond delighted with our return on investment. Budget season is rarely simple. However, I believe that nonpartisan fiscal responsibility based on real numbers, forward planning, transparency, and cooperation can see Amelia County through any economic situation. I thank you for your service. And as always, I continue to be here for any questions and any additional information you may need. Thank you.
My name is Michael D. Neller. I have lived at 5320 Bird Grove Lane in Judersville for about 20 years now. I came to the county in 1972, and a colleague of mine tells me that that now makes me stay here instead of just to come here. I understand I'm still not native born and therefore, not quite at that level. I have worked with the school system since 1972. And I have spoken before the Board of Supervisors many times in the intervening years on the subject of cutting school budgets. It has really been a plague through my lifetime. I know that we have to cut the budget. I know that the primary uses of government are supposed to be to produce an informed citizenry, which I interpret as school, and to provide for public safety, which I interpret as law enforcement. And yet those two areas, for some reason, seem to have borne the most cuts in fixing the budget. I don't think that that is the correct response. I appreciate Mr. Conkle's willingness to start a GoFundMe page to help with funding the school system. I just don't think that that's the appropriate way to do it. I hope that he does, and we will gladly use any money that you raise to try to support our students. I feel strongly that that should be what our county government does. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo.
Hello, I'm David Garrity. I'm District 1 School Board Representative. I live at 5600 Soapstone Road over in Jetersville. I'm in Mr. Felt's district. And this is the first time I've been able to be in a meeting for the budget. This is my first year on the board, and the diversity of opinions that have been brought up has been really quite enlightening about how the county stands on things, where the people stand on things. I read a post somewhere on social media saying that the schools had kind of engaged in politics as usual. I was a government teacher for a long time here, and I teach history down at Longwood. That's exactly right. This is politics. Politics is about people in the community coming together to sort out difficult questions about scarce resources and how those things are going to be distributed. I understand, and I'm a realist. I know we would love to see the school funded fully. People have been voicing their opinion on that all night long. I don't have anything new to add to that. I do have this to say, though, and that is that when and if you decide on the final budget, the school board is ready to make tough calls. People have been saying that they want the school, that they're pushing it off on you. I understand your role is not to be the cutters of the budget in that regard. You set up a budget, you have a statement to make about it. We ask that you fund it as much as humanly possible using a variety of mechanisms at your disposal to give the schools what they need to reflect our needs-based budget. I will say that we are, though, the ones who have to make those decisions at the very end of the day. And we're willing to do that when necessary. We encourage you to act in the best interest of the kids and in the community. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Bonnie Vega, 8821 North Five Forks Road. I'm the chairman of the school board. I did not come prepared to speak. I am not a good public speaker. I get nervous. Sometimes my tone gets stronger only because I'm nervous and not because I have strong words. So if you hear that in my voice, please don't take offense to it, because that is not what I'm trying to do. I appreciate the hard work that you've done. I'm sure it has been a hard process. I appreciate Mr. Feltz reaching out a week ago, a little over a week ago, and offering to meet with myself, Dr. Harper, the two finance directors from the county side, and Mr. Harvey. He explained some things that were helpful to know. It was the first opportunity that we had to discuss working together, compromising. I've heard it several times that we never wanted to compromise, or we said, no, this is what we want. We never had the opportunity until last week. That's a fact. I mean, I'm not trying to throw anybody in the bus. It could be our fault too, that we didn't reach out and say, hey, can we talk about this? But before we knew it, there was a budget out there, and we were in a period of, what are we going to do? 1.4 million. So I wanted to clarify a little bit of that. I know your work is hard. I appreciate what you do. I personally have been accused of using the tagline that our children are our most important resources. It's not a tagline. It's the truth. We're going to be dead. We're going to be gone. They're going to be left. If they're not your most precious resources, I don't know what to tell you. The second thing I'll say is there is a guy who likes to make YouTube videos. He likes to put open-ended information out there that might lead you to believe something. On a recent video, a video off my personal Facebook page, which I do not use for school board business, was stolen, okay, and featured in one of his videos. I was masked. The next thing that he showed was when Stonewall Jackson came off his pedestal, implying, I guess, something about me. Well, let me tell you about me. I work at the corner of Monument Avenue and Arthur Ashe Boulevard. I have been there for 38 years. On that particular day, no one knew that Stonewall was coming down, but that's what happened. So it's because I'm required, or was required at that time, to wear a mask to keep my job. And in a call to action, myself and several other employees passed out water to thousands of people in an act of compassion. That's what I was doing there. That's what I did that day. And so please don't try to take something about me and apply it any other way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. Yeah.
He's got Martin standing there.
All right. We'll close the public hearing. Thank you for all the comments. We listened, we heard. Thank y'all for coming. I missed this before we started public public hearing, excuse me. Mr. World, would you like to present the budget? You got some highlights you can go over?
I can if that's what the board would like me to do.
The board want to see it, or we just want to go straight to some discussion or move on to something else?
I don't see a need to read it.
Okay?
Most of the people gone. I know
Okay.
what's in it.
Any board members have any discussion?
Yes. Plenty. First, there were a lot of comments to respond to. Won't try to respond to them all, but tried to make a couple notes. I am proud to volunteer in the schools every month. Next week, I'll be back in there volunteering again. Encourage others to do so, regardless of the funding. I find it appalling, the comments about the bullying tonight. I don't know when civic participation became equated to bullying. And I can guarantee you the people that made the comments about bullying tonight would not have said that the months when there were this many and more people speaking about the Second Amendment. So you don't get to throw the bullying card just when it's people speaking out against something you don't agree with. That is very anti-democracy. I heard a lot of comments about board members not responding. I get that, and I know Sean does every week. We hear from that. There's definitely 2 Board of Supervisors members that continually get the issue of not responding. I think that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. I would encourage people, keep calling. I get that they don't return your calls, don't return your emails. Keep doing it. And what I would say is email all 5 of us. At least we know you've reached out to them and we get the total volume then that comes in. I personally think the people who spoke tonight that talked about and shared things like the value from the middle school sports programs, the information about the buses, the nursing programs and others, I think that was really helpful. I hope that the board members up here who have talked a lot about the fluff, the unnecessary things, how the value needs to be only on the core subjects. Hope they learned a lot about the value the schools provide. That's not just math, reading, writing, etc. it is sad to see how much misinformation goes around. Saw a lot of comments about that, obviously, tonight. I appreciate Mr. Trump's really specific examples going through how he was able to simply deal with that by people contacting him. I know Sean and I deal with that every week. If people reach out directly, it's the best and easiest way. Just ask a question, and you can stop a lot of it. There were the comments, and I think Brandy started, I'll give her credit, about this board kind of being lazy about the budget. I agree with her, and I'm going to give two examples of that. One, some people picked up and wanted to make comments later about, looking for solutions. An easy one, for example, is we had a comment in one of our workshops about the budget about ways to look at extra funds. One of them with the treasurer, who followed up with us and confirmed state code that we could raise the dog tag fees just a couple dollars, still be within state code. Board chose not to take her up on that. It's not going to be a large amount of money, but as several speakers said, if you just kind of look at little ways you can get more income in, and these are optional things, then we could have done that. But the board didn't follow up on many of the comments that were discussed during the meetings, didn't follow up, as the Commissioner of Revenue said, on many of the items that we even promised to do. And it's just not good follow up and follow through from this board. Another example generally is just how late we're doing the budget. So as an example, in 2021, well, back up, 2020, we started and had our first conversation about budgets in February. In 2021, we backed it up and we had our first budget meetings, multiple of them, in January of that year. In 21, in January, we were actually doing meetings with each department, and we mandated that every department in the entire county had to come and talk to us. Didn't matter if they wanted more money, less money, etc. We sat down with them and we went line by line through their entire budget. However, over the last 2 years, the board hasn't started the meetings until March and has made it optional for the departments whether they want to come talk to us or not. We no longer look at the line items. We take a very easy approach that resulted last year in a flat 5% and some very easy approaches this year. It hurts the citizens, but it makes it really easy on us. That's unfortunate, but some like that. Prior to tonight's meeting, not one citizen told me that they supported this budget. I think we heard from 3 total citizens tonight, maybe 4 if you count both from the same couple, who support the budget. Every person in the intervening weeks that came and said they didn't support it specifically said, and I asked if they didn't say, were they willing to pay more in taxes? And all of them said yes. My final comment is the irony of that particular piece. One thing that this entire board agrees on, and there's not a lot, but one is that we all want to keep Amelia rural. Yet the thing that is making this county no longer be rural is the large influx of people that we continue to have. And I love a lot of the new people that have joined Amelia. But when you ask them, and you heard some of them even say it tonight, why are you moving to Amelia? Tax rate's low. We have one of the lowest tax rates. So that low tax rate is both bringing in extra people, and then guess what? It provides more, it makes more demands on all of our public services. And yeah, we can talk about schools. That's one of them. But look at the other big line items this year that have to keep increasing. Sheriff's Department, fire, and then the rescue squad, which hasn't been discussed tonight, but that budget has been increasing enormously over the last couple of years for very valid reasons, but all these extra citizens that keep coming in. So not only would increasing the tax rate help with some of the budget shortfalls, but perhaps it would actually slow this enormous growth that we're having in the county and maybe actually keep us to be a little bit more rural than we anticipated. We had the opportunity to increase it enough that we could have then implemented the land use request that the forestry had, and we could have even helped then further keep the county rural by giving them a reduction on the forestry land in the county. So we lost so many opportunities during this cycle because this board is frankly lazy and doesn't think it through.
Are you now part of this? Right? Have you made any suggestions? I have tried many, have.
I have
Okay.
tried many of
Okay.
these, sir.
So we're supposed to sign a blank check for the forestry department. Don't have any idea what it costs. No idea what it would cost the citizens. Because somebody else is gonna have to make that tax base up that the forestry gets, correct?
You're correct. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna write a blank check for that. Have no clue how much it costs. I don't know, you mind boggling to me, but let's move on.
Yeah, Joseph, just to reinforce, and this, I'm fire rescue, I support, this is not a knock at the rescue squad, but to reinforce expenses.
Oh, yeah.
So I think 8 years ago, but I don't want to misspeak. So less than 10 years ago, the Amelia Emergency Squad didn't get any funding from the county. This year, we're at $1.2 million. That is a massive increase. And there's nothing any of us can do about it. David knows, he's Chesterfield Fire. That's one of those costs that we can't do anything about.
Right.
I mean, but yet in the past 10 years, we have not seen a tax increase. We've seen a tax decrease. Twice. Few other comments I got real quick. If Amelia citizens are so destitute and so hard up, but yet we're raising fees, the fees that they can't avoid paying, that's a little concerning. I find it, as a taxpayer, I find it very insulting that a board is going to say, our citizens can't afford more, can't do more. I told you in the meeting, the average tax, real estate tax, counties around us is 68 cents. So that means that the people that live in Cumberland, Nottoway, Chesterfield, let's see, Dinwiddie, everybody that touches us, Powhatan, they can afford an average of 68 cents, but the poor people in Amelia can't. And that insults me. I don't understand that. I mean, those counties all have the same amount of people. I don't know why we've got to be exactly 30 cents lower than these surrounding counties on average. And we can't afford anything, but they can live there and afford houses just fine. You can look on any real estate site. I mean, they're selling houses in Powhatan, selling in Nottoway, selling in Prince Edward every day. So I think people can afford a little more. And my biggest concern, and I've got 8 meetings left after this. So my biggest concern is if we don't start raising taxes incremental, be it 3 cents a year for 5, 8 years, however you look at it, 5 cents a year for 5 years. If you don't do that, some board probably in the next 5 to 8 years is going to have to do the hard thing, and they're going to have to raise 20, 30 cent tax increase. One thing, we're probably looking at paid fire in less than 10 years. I mean, I can see that coming. I don't know what David thinks, but I mean, I'm not threatening. It just, volunteerism is going downhill. You see what's happened to the squad. The fire is going to be next. You're looking at a few $1 million just to fund, 1 or 2 duty, well, kind of like what you look at with the squad. So, I think the responsible thing to do is not worry about this year, not hope that next year's better, but to go ahead and put a plan in place to start easing people into the future growth, the future expenses. Nothing's going to go down in price. I mean, new trucks, what, $70,000, $80,000 minimal? They're not going down. Next year, they're going to be 80, 90, and then 90, 100. I mean, everything's going up except for our taxes, which were 67, 68 cents, 100 in like 1987. And we're almost half that now. And, they did talk about compromise. I'm willing to compromise. I said a 10 cent tax hike, but if we do 5 cents and give the extra 5 cents to the schools, I think that's compromise. 5 cents this year, and you can do 3 cents, 5 cents next year. But 2 years in a row of a budget deficit, it's not responsible to ignore it.
On the tax, yes, I am against raising taxes this year. We just went through an assessment that two board members were quite adamant that we were gonna have. And we were at a 37% increase in land values. Now, we may be behind. I'm not saying we're not. But to add a tax increase on a 37% increase in real estate, I just can't get on board with that. Next year, probably could give a couple cents of a tax increase. But if you look, what does 2 cents gonna do?
But that added, why does that keep coming up? Because that reassessment, as you know, and you see it in the budget, was equalized. There's zero extra income coming to the county.
1 cent.
1 cent.
1 cent.
Okay.
It is.
So 1 cent, all right. So how's that relevant?
If the average was 37%, it's gonna be an increase in tax revenue, and that's counted in the budget.
If it's an increase,
If it's an increase more than 1%.
Jeff, if it's going to result in an increase in tax revenue, why are we not advertising that we're raising taxes then?
Because it's based
No,
on, it's based on it's based on the properties that were assessed the last time.
Yeah.
So there's
Okay.
additional value added from new.
There's
But those would have come up,
Still within 1%.
Those would have come up regardless.
So
You don't need a reassessment
But
for
it's
that.
only, it's
They
within
get
the
added
1%.
every time.
it should be within 1%.
Those new ones get added every time. You don't need a reassessment. Those are coming all the time. You're getting new ads right now. When you have a new building permit, someone adds on, et cetera.
I understand that.
Okay.
But that's my stand on taxes.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of it this year. And I can be quoted maybe next year, but I expect next year it will be a tax increase. Is it gonna be a 10 cent? I don't expect it to go that much. But and if it is a tax increase, I can't see doing a tax increase to everyone in the county just to feed one department. If there is a tax increase, it's got to be spread around. We've got to have some for the schools, some for parks and recs, public works, public safety. So,
But to be fair, we did increase other people's. Just so we're looking at the same budget. We did increase other people's budgets.
So there's also decreased budgets.
Yeah.
That other people presented.
Yeah.
And the reason why the people don't come in here to pitch their budget is because they don't like coming in here. They say they don't need to.
Yeah.
Tell you, if you have a question, call me. And that's what I do.
the sheriff
The
presented.
sheriff is, I think, has anybody talked to the sheriff's department that complained about, sheriff's department getting cut? I think they're thrilled about what they received in their budget. You don't think so?
Think so?
They're not
What?
gonna speak. It's an election year.
I put them on the spot right here, but that's not it.
I met with them. Didn't you? Oh, you did? I'm glad. Then they tell me something different than what they tell you,
Why
right?
would the sheriff ask us for 4 new deputies if he only needed 2?
Ask, what can you have? What can you do with? Makes you happy? That's the question.
Well, the departments are getting smart. We said this would
His remark
happen
was
too.
he
We said when you
needs 4
do
minimum.
across the board cuts,
Yes.
like last year, we did say people would get smarter and start asking for more than they need. So I hope they do get smarter like that.
And a 2-cent tax increase would give about $360,000, give or take.
It would.
Yeah, 88 grand, every penny.
Which would be about, what, 22-23% of the cut we're making on the school.
All right, let's get, we're gonna move on. The audit report. You wanna do that tonight? Or do- is it
Nothing to do with it.
Nothing to speak of, let's do it.
Sure, I've reached out to the auditor to see if they would present their themselves on it next month, but I can certainly speak on it. This
I mean, I read, does any board member have any questions?
Yeah, they don't need to.
Okay.
Pass for good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What's the point?
No issue.
Yeah.
Okay, the personnel policy got taken off. That brings us to the Piedmont Regional Jail of Piedmont Juvenile Detention Center, the mechanical system.
Mr. Chairman, this was put on the budget because I think the board wanted to talk about where the money was going to be pulled from that's already been paid. This is for the upgrades, the mechanical system upgrades over at the Juvenile Detention Center. We were over there today. We got to take a walking tour through. Most of the LED lighting has been done, the security upgrades.
Where was it paid from?
It was paid from whatever checkbook we use. There has not been assigned a line in the budget. That's what we're asking for, some direction.
Yeah, because I went back and watched our entire discussion in November. And you actually said it's not necessary to determine how we're going to pay for it. We just need to determine whether we're going to pay. We voted to pay, but not when or how it would be paid out. So I don't feel there was any authorization from the board to pay it. Supervisor Robinson's motion, the minutes specifically say Supervisor Robinson made a motion to approve the funding request, but not when it will be paid out. So if there's had been no approval for when to pay it, how did it get paid?
The bill came in and we paid it.
Sounds about right. Thank you.
It was clearly stated we were not going to borrow the money. We were one of 6 communities in the authority of the Juvenile Detention Center. It was moving forward with it. So it moved forward when it did, and we paid the bill when it came in.
Okay.
Oh, with these school cuts, Joseph, we'll get our money's worth out of it.
Again, I watched, because y'all said this and I had no recollection of we're not going to borrow money. I watched the entire video again within the last 2 weeks. I cannot find any discussion of we're not going to borrow the money. By the way, I agree, we're not going to borrow the money. That's not the point. I would suggest there's some offline conversation that, as often occurs, happened. But again, the motion did not provide authorization of when to pay. So.
Okay. Well, the work's been done and had to get paid. And it came out of general fund, I assume. We agreed to have the work done. I assume it's got to get paid.
Don't look at me. I'm just saying the motions we made. It's contrary to what you told me last month, so I went back and looked it up and listened to it. So.
Okay. Well, the work is being completed. We paid our share of the 6 other counties. It brings us to community development. Brady, Walk of Life.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the board. The first item before you under community development is the Walk for Life event to be held. Can you guys hear me back there? I think so. To be held on September 9th from 8:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. It's a walk around the courthouse area. There was a roadmap included in the packet of where the route would go. It may feature up to 150 attendees because they will be walking on the road and require some temporary road closures. VDOT did require a land use permit. That permit's been completed. It's been signed by county administration staff and the sheriff, and then passed on back along to the applicant. And then, of course, the application's been signed off on by all pertinent department heads.
Thank you, Mr. Deal.
Yep.
What's the board's pleasure on the Walk of Life permit?
Make a motion approved.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Motion on the floor. Any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Brings us to the Celebrate Independence.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This will be held at the Field Day of the Past location right there off 360 at the end of 153. It's a July 4th celebration. They're going to feature a variety of activities. It will occur Saturday, July 1st from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. This event will be pretty sizable, up to 2,500 attendees. The applicant believes or expects alcohol will be served. It has been signed off on by all pertinent department heads. It's received sheriff's approval as well in terms of meeting with him to discuss the presence of deputies at the event, which I know will be required.
Thank you, sir. Isn't there a tractor pull involved in that?
Yeah, yes, sir. They put truck pool on their
truck
on their
pool.
application. Yep.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board on the Celebrate Independence?
I make a motion, we approve it.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. Lavender Festival.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Last year, this event was a one-day event. This year, they are going to do a two-day event to try to spread out the number of participants. I wasn't around last year, but I heard that they got a really high number of participants, which they were thankful for, but it caused some issues traffic-wise, parking-wise, and organizationally speaking. So they're going to do it over 2 days. Those days will be Saturday, June 10th from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. and Sunday, June 11th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. They're expecting a total across the weekend of possibly 5,000 attendees. So 3,000 on Saturday, 2,000 on Sunday. It has been signed off on by all pertinent department heads. The sheriff's department worked with them. They are not going to have alcohol at the event, so it'll be similar to last year in terms of what they're offering. Just will be held over 2 days instead of 1 day.
So that alcohol one, that's just it, where they hadn't confirmed that it says hadn't confirmed, that's a change.
Yeah,
That's
so
the-
they've
Okay, I was going to
they
check that.
submitted a finalized application that was approved with no alcohol at the event.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I went down there and I met with him. I think he's in the crowd. He's made some arrangements to have off-street parking. So we shouldn't be parking along the streets. If you'd like to get up and speak, you're more than welcome.
I don't have any concerns. I just said that.
My name is Ryan Paul. I'm the owner of Windsor Lavender Farm, hosting the Amelia Lavender Festival. Last year was the first year that we had. Last year was the first year that we had hosted this event and didn't really know what to expect from there. We were pleasantly surprised with the turnout. I expect similar this year, just to try to accommodate our crowd size. We did split it up into those 2 days, and I more than quadrupled our parking capacity for this year. So those are the biggest concerns I feel that we had. If there's any other questions, I have maps and all sorts of things here if you need any more information from me.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
What's the board's pleasure?
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Motion on the floor to approve the Lavender Festival. Any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. Brings us to the Maplewood Forest Road Acceptance Resolution. I believe this is the road that we did some work on last year. The resolution is accepted into the VDOT system. Is that what I'm?
Probably, but when you said we did work on, we caused work to be done, but we didn't pay anything.
Yeah,
Right. We didn't pay anything. That's correct.
What's the board's pleasure?
Make a motion, we approve it.
Thank you, Mr. White. Motion on the floor to approve the resolution. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, real quick, just so you guys are aware, this will be, they were inspected on April 10th.
Somebody fall down the steps.
JR went out there.
Yep. And then that'll be it'll be a 1 year sort of probationary period. And at the end of that year, VDOT will reinspect. And at that point, they'll complete the acceptance. So this time next year, that should be finalized.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, sir.
All right, moving on, public hearing, zoning text amendment for the dog kennel definition. You want to bring us up to speed on that?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Currently, our ordinance defines a kennel as a place that you would breed, board, house, dogs. And it's an operation that generates enough business of more than $2,500 of gross receipts, meaning they have to apply for a business license. That's how our zoning definition defines it, not to be confused with the animal control definition of a kennel. This is the zoning definition of a kennel. And in that, a kennel is only allowed in certain districts as a special exception use authorization. So we have a number of people that breed their pets or, one or two dogs in their house, sell those puppies and exceed the gross receipt level that would activate them getting a business license. When they get that business license, they have to get zoning approval. When I give zoning approval, I have to associate their use with a use in our zoning code. And right now, the only use for what they're doing at the business level is available through special exception use. So what this zoning amendment would do, as advertised, it would allow for individuals that have 3 or fewer litters in a calendar year to operate under a home occupation use. So they're not constructing big kennels. They're to have pets, 1 or 2 dogs that has 1 or 2 litters a year, but they are selling them. They are required to get a business license. I could approve them administratively under the home occupation if the board was to approve this zoning text amendment. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the amendment. However, the Planning Commission did recommend that it be no more than 2 litters instead of 3 or fewer. It was advertised 3 or fewer. The Planning Commission recommended no more than 2 litters on a 10-0 vote. At that meeting, Ms. Harris was out of town and was absent. With that being said, if you guys have any questions for me on that, feel free to ask.
So I have some concerns.
Yeah.
Go ahead. All right, so I have a couple concerns. First, we're all conservative, even if we say raise taxes, believe me, this is a conservative board. When we get into a homeowner breeding their pets in their house, that's very personally intrusive to start. Like, it shouldn't be any of my business. I don't care if you sell your dogs or not. Limited to 2 as your pets, like if you have 2 female dogs or pets, I mean, I have 1 dog, but a lot of people have 2 to 3 dogs in their house. If you have 2 that live in your house, you breed them twice a year, that's 4 litters. These days, I know what I paid for my dog. I mean, a doodle, a purebred German Shepherd's probably $1,200 to $2,000. A lab's $1,500. I mean, 1 dog will exceed that.
Well, I mean, it's state law anyhow. State law is $2,500 for a business license.
Is that state law?
I think it is.
No, it's a county.
So what?
Well, I thought it was a Class C license. I think if you do more than $2,500, you have to have a business license. Class C license.
That's ridiculous.
Contractor license?
Yeah.
It's a contract.
That's a concept. Yeah. You're talking about concept.
$1, you're gonna have it's like Amelia, that's it.
So that brings my second point. $2,500 is nothing these days. If for small home hobby businesses, I mean, to make people have a business license because they make $2,500. I mean, how many of y'all have made $2,500 on the side? Let's be real.
I've never done it.
Okay.
That's a different ordinance.
Have you?
For recorded purposes, before I had my own business? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't give the government anything I have unless I have to. I don't like the government either. But so why don't we look at raising that home hobby? This would help a lot of people. People are tight, people need extra jobs, want these extra incomes. Why don't we raise that to $5,000 or $10,000? How many businesses in the county are making $3,000 or $4,000 a year? And what are they really? They're paying in the bare minimum. What's the minimum on a business license, Laura? $30. So they're required to. Right. So everybody's required to zone, required to have a business license, even if they don't go get their federal ID, which that's on them. I mean, so this is kind of a 2-part. I mean, I'd like to up the litters on this, but could we also think about raising the minimum on home hobby businesses? We don't need to nitpick.
I don't think it's my business what you do inside your house.
I mean,
It's my opinion.
That's where I'm going with that. I mean, I agree.
Well, I agree with that too, but I will say the only way to ever enforce zoning is if you allow anything to happen in homes, then zoning goes out the window.
We have to have
It's-
exceptions.
Well, yeah, I
And
mean, the
it li-
threshold, I think the dollar threshold is less the issue than it's the what you're doing.
Right.
So, I mean, I generally agree. My question, I also make sure I'm interpreting it right. Right now, we're actually talking about making it better for the citizens in this case, because right now, if you breed any,
If you,
if you breed your dog, period, and then you fall under a kennel. Is there,
if you are above that level, which would activate you getting a business license, then you have to get zoning approval. And in zoning law, anything that's not expressly permitted by right or by special exception is prohibited. And so the only use that we have for that type of operation is a kennel, and that is only allowed via special exception in some districts within the county. So this opens the door for people to be in compliance. We probably have a number of people out of compliance in terms of either not having the business license or not having zoning approval. Maybe they were approved in the past, which they may have some sort of non-conforming use claim. But regardless, this would activate it from any time forward. Someone comes in, says, hey, I needed to get a business license because I'm over your threshold. I talk to them about what they're doing, how many litters a year they're doing, and I could approve them by right administratively without making them go through the special exception process or whoever's in my position.
Does this still exempt hunting dogs?
So this is hunting dogs are not, it's not a business, right? This is for people that are operating a business, advertising their dogs, selling their dogs, that type of
So
thing.
you're selling hunting dogs.
with hunting dogs, and you're selling them making more than 2,500.
And if you would have to get a business license, this would affect you. If you come to get a business license, what is not happening is I can tell you, I don't have enough time in the day to ride around the county and do that.
Sure.
So it's just if someone comes in for a business license and says, hey, I'm selling dogs, this is what I'm doing, that's when they would require zoning approval and I would have to decide which route they could go.
Okay.
I mean, we want to encourage people to be in compliance. There's no
Yeah.
doubt. So why don't we raise the thresholds to encourage more compliance?
Yeah, because I mean, if you go run a business from your house, I don't think you just go cut yourself off at 5 or 10 grand.
No, that's what, and that's kind of my point. You're not living off of $5,000 a year, 10, I mean, it's probably.
Well, let's look at, we can't change.
Heaven does.
Let's go for tonight. We can't change the total thing for tonight. It's not on the agenda, it has an advertised.
Right.
All we can change is
The number of litters.
this number of litter. Can you change the 2,500?
What we're doing is we're adding an amendment to the definition.
Right.
And they would just add at the bottom of kennel, individuals that have 3 or fewer litters per year may operate under the home occupation use. That's how
all
it was
we can do.
advertised. That's all.
That's
So
all.
tonight it's just the definition of kennel.
Yeah.
Is what you can amend this evening.
Can we amend it to 4?
Can the number be changed?
Yeah, you can, I think.
Then you're intensifying a use beyond what was advertised.
Maybe not.
And so I would advise that you would have to re-advertise to increase that threshold.
And
Put it off till.
I'm good with the 3.
And 3 litters was developed with the zoning committee. The zoning committee met and we have a veterinarian, a part of the zoning committee, and they, provided insight into, that's how, staff just didn't say, okay, 3. We actually met, discussed it, reviewed other counties, and then put the 3 there.
And 3 provides better coverage than what they have now, which is no option. Then you can take the broader stuff and you can ask them to go back through planning commission to look at the bigger picture.
What's the pleasure of the board?
What's the dollar amount? Or is there a dollar amount?
2,500.
That's the limit.
2,500.
Because when you say 2 litters, 3 litters, we don't know how many puppies that dog's gonna have.
That's right.
He could have 2 or 12.
Right.
And if you selling them at
Well,
$500.
who's gonna know how many times you bred it?
Yeah, I mean,
You have no idea.
Well, that's the problem with all these things. That's why we had a compliance
Smoke it
position.
on 1 litter to 25, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, that's why I'm more concerned with the threshold than
Yeah.
number of litters, really.
But it's not in scope for today.
Okay.
What's the pleasure of the board? Keep it at 3 litters?
You have to have a.
That's, we gotta have public hearing. All right, I'm gonna open the public hearing on the text amendment for dog kennel definition. Basically, it's allowed to have a home breeder up to 3 litters per year.
Be exempt from calling themselves a kennel.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Anybody wishing to speak?
Now, is that 3 per dog or 3 total?
3 total.
Total.
Okay, so you could have 3 dogs and
One
one
litter
time if they
apiece.
all gonna do 1 litter apiece.
For 2 dogs or 1
Yeah,
and 2.
okay. Yeah.
Anybody wishing to speak? All right, I'll close the public hearing. What's the board's pleasure?
So make a motion to approve it with the number as 3 or fewer litters of puppies per calendar year.
All right, motion on the floor to approve it. It's 3 or fewer litters of puppies a year. Any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carried. Did you vote, Mr. Robinson?
Not for it.
I oppose.
Just vote against it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll vote
3-2.
Yep. Getting in people's houses.
Thank you.
All right, brings us to the next one. Mr. Deal.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The next zoning text amendment is as it relates to wireless support structures that exceed 80 feet. The zoning ordinance currently requires a special exception for any wireless support structure over 80 feet. But also, it has a litany of development regulations that they must abide by. Arguably most important of which is the setback requirements. Currently, as it stands, the setbacks for a wireless support structure shall be equal to 120% of the height of the structure. So an 80-foot structure would have a 96-foot setback. 100-foot structure, 120-foot setback. However, if it was located next to a residential dwelling, it would have to be at least 500 feet from that dwelling, whichever is greater, the height or 500 feet next to a residential dwelling. That's how it currently stands today. The zoning text amendment would provide a little more flexibility in these development regs, and this is something that has been adopted in other localities around us, which is basically a statement that it equal a certain percentage of the height. Ours is 120%, or it be the distance of the fall zone as certified by a registered professional engineer in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So there's a new breakpoint technology. It's probably not new, but newer breakpoint technology that towers can use, which allow them to collapse within themselves instead of just toppling over. And due to that, localities have begun to update their ordinance to reflect that technological advancement, allowing for setbacks to be less than what they had originally had in their ordinances if a registered professional engineer licensed in Virginia signed off that the distance setback would be within the fall zone of the tower. So the onus is on the engineer to make that statement, and that would be something that they would submit to us in the site plan review process. And of course, that'd be something, because it's a special exception use, that was reviewed by the Planning Commission and the board in the special exception process. One last note, this amendment did not change the 500 feet from the residential dwelling requirement. So it's not reducing that. It's still, if it was a residential dwelling neighboring this property, the tower would have to be 500 feet from it. That's the way that the language is proposed or was advertised. The last note is that there is a statement saying the governing authority may reduce, waive the standard setback requirements when considering factors such as a substantial stand of vegetation being preserved within the setback from the property line or fall zone, and or other relevant topographic factors that may impact the fall zone. That's something that I saw, particularly when you drive down the road, and Mr. Wyatt had pointed this out, locality, that you see some towers right on the road. And I had reached out and learned that localities had adopted language in their ordinance that allowed for topography, or if it was a huge tree line and then the tower or something, the board had the authority based on that to potentially modify the setback requirements. So that language was advertised in this proposed amendment. I know that was a lot. If you guys have any questions for me, feel free to ask.
I've just got to comment. I want to thank Brady. I know he's new to the job, and when I reached out to him, he jumped on this and ran with it. And we discussed it, I think, previously a little bit, but I think this is just one of those old ordinances that needed to be updated to today's standards. I bet when it was written, I'm sure we don't know, but it's probably when everything had cables and everything was supported by cabling. So this is not only it's going to benefit our radio system for one thing, but as well as it may benefit future wireless
cell towers
or cell towers, bring cell towers internet. It'll give people more flexibility and options to put in towers. I don't think anybody in the county would complain if we had extra cell tower or two right now. So Brady, thank you for putting this together. I'll make a motion to approve it.
I got ahead.
You got it. Public hearing this one.
You got ahead like me.
I'll still make the motion on it.
Any discussion? At this time, I open the public hearing on the zoning request. On the zoning text amendment for the setbacks of wireless support structure. Anybody wishing to speak? Come up and speak. There ain't none, I'll close the public hearing. All right, Mr. White.
I'll make a motion to approve the zoning text amendment for setbacks and wireless support structures.
Sure. Motion on the floor. Any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. All right, Mr. Deal.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The last item under the community development section this evening is a rezoning case. It is a request from Hunter Price LLC for the rezoning of 3.486 acres of land from R1 to R2, located on the south side of US 360. It's approximately, it's not on the road. It's about 1.1 miles off the road, off of Virginia Street, which is State Route 1009. It's identified as tax parcels 31-9-1. It was formerly 2 parcels, but they merged those to make the 3.486 acres. It's in the village development area. If you could pull up the presentation. I have a presentation just to show you some map images of where the property is, and several other informational items as a visual aid as I'm going through and describing the summary of information. And then, is there a clicker I could have? Nope. So this property, this rezoning request would allow for a apartment project that would result in the construction of 24 units on the 3.486 acres. As I mentioned, it is in the village development area, so it is a use that the comprehensive plan has supports for that area, in that it's less than 12 plus units per acre, which is the suggested density ranges for potential multifamily development in that area. You'll see here, this sort of shows you the 2 parcels. Let me see if I have a laser or something. If you were to, won't work on the screen. That's all right, I'll step up here and show you. So here are the 2 parcels right here that have since been merged. This is Virginia Street, following my finger here. It's right sort of the center through the picture, and then it's 2 parcels that do not have road frontage that have been merged, where the 3 apartment buildings, 24 units total, 8 units of building, would potentially be constructed if this rezoning request was approved. This is the zoning map for the area, and just to show you, most of that darker green, this is our online software. This is our actual map book. The darker green is your R1 zoning. So most of the village is R1. Your yellow here, which is depicted as your sort of pale, is your B1 zoning. As you'll see, this larger parcel here where the nursing home is, our online software has it wrong. It's actually It's actually B1 zoning. The properties here, as you see, are currently zoned R1. There are some other R2 properties located in this area, particularly on Virginia Street. You have the darker gray in the bottom image and the lighter gray in the top image are your R2 properties. And that's where we have some existing apartment buildings. We do have a vacant R2 parcel that's right across Otterburn Road. It's right there near the, I guess the middle school right here. And that property is about 14 acres. Then we have another R2 property here, which sort of appears landlocked. So we have two vacant R2 properties in the county at this time. This rezoning would rezone these two parcels here, which of course have been merged into one. So this parcel here to R2.
Taylor, remembering that 52, the bottom, the one across from the middle school that was rezoned a couple of years back to R2. Wasn't there some reason they didn't end up proceeding with that? Was it just economic change? Just economic changes? Well, okay.
There was a septic.
Sewer easement on the back of it.
They have to pump to the line because of the fall. There was a fall issue because the property goes down.
That's what I was
They have to
trying to
pump
think.
up. I'm pretty sure that's what Daryl said. With the economy and the
A combination
investment.
of the two.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
That was the reason.
Again, it's hard for me having to stand up here, but this is your wetlands map. This green from the U.S. National Wetlands Inventory, the green lines are it's Courthouse Branch, and it's like a small waterway. So this is Courthouse Branch here, little small feeder stream that goes into the Courthouse Branch here, and the property would be right in here. You see the nursing home on the bottom covered by the map scale here. So it'd be right in here. The county sewer easement runs along this branch here currently. And then that's where the subject property is right there. So it's not an expansive wetland, but there is streams there in that area. This is your FEMA flood map, and there's nothing, it doesn't show any flood zone in that area from that branch. So this is a flood map without any flood zone on it, but this is from FEMA's National Flood Hazard Layer. This is the concept plan for the project. Virginia Street is, you're looking at it from an aerial view. You see Virginia Street on the bottom portrayed. So on the right side would be Dunn Street, and then on the left side, if you were to keep going down Virginia Street, would be Five Forks Road. So the current access point in the site plan is projected to come off of Virginia Street, relatively across from Dunn Street in this current image. You see your three buildings that would be constructed in this potential project. Again, 8 units per building. This is some conceptual site drawings that the applicant has submitted for the apartment complex. So it shows your 3 buildings and your sort of what they would like to construct if granted zoning approval. Now comes sort of to the more interesting parts of this project. It's been very, interesting, but this is a survey from Roy Easter showing that the 2 parcels do have an ingress, egress, and utility easement to Virginia Street. That was the access point that they proposed in their most recent concept plan. VDOT did not support that access point because it would set up a commercial entrance within the functional area of an intersection. So they wrote a letter saying that they did not support that access point. The applicant did go back and meet with VDOT again, and VDOT followed up saying that if the applicant was able to use the reserved road depicted in this survey from Roy Easter, that VDOT would then support a commercial entrance. And that's where the item is interesting, is at some point, over 100 years ago, a individual intended to lay out a street, and that was recorded in a deed. Since the width of that street was never recorded, and that is shown here on a survey by Robert Timberlake, which was done after the Roy Easter survey, who also noted the potential reserve roadway, but writes in notes number 1 that, note number 2, that the width was never established, actually it's note number 1, sorry. The width was never established, or it's not known to be established because they failed to mention it in the deed. So it's really an undetermined portion of area that potentially was laid out as a street. It has been referenced in multiple deeds. However, there was a deed that also referenced potentially a portion of it being granted, a 10-foot portion of it. So Timberlake identified it as a 20-foot right-of-way that did not align with Dunn Street. Easter defined it as a larger area that would closely align with Dunn Street. They both have their reasons for that at the time, I'm sure. Timberlake's reasoning was at the time he thinks 20 feet would have been customary to what the size. Easter's opinion was that the Byrd Act in 1927 made all potential state streets 30 feet in size. So VDOT again did not originally support the proposed entrance for this concept plan. VDOT met with the applicant on March 31st. They agreed if the county supported the use of this right-of-way, that they would support the commercial entrance for the project. And that sort of brings you to the question of what does it mean for the county to support the use of the roadway? And not to put them on the spot, but Jeff, if you'd like to maybe speak to that at all in terms of what that actually would mean.
You really don't want to. You don't want to.
Do you have a choice?
No.
So it's complicated. First of all, there's a question. There's the two differing plats, right? And there's the old original deed that purported to dedicate a roadway that predates modern subdivision law that did not describe the exact location or scale of the roadway it was purporting to convey. It's obviously never been used, never been developed. I think just to cut to the chase, I think there's two issues. One is what was conveyed, if it was conveyed as a public roadway, is that still legally in effect, and what exactly are the parameters of it? And two, just because something was platted as under modern subdivision law, when a plat is recorded that dedicates a public roadway, that affects the transfer as a public roadway, and it can be used as a public road. But that doesn't mean it can be used as a private commercial road. So even if there was an action in court to what's called quiet title and figure all this out and let the judge decide where the chips fall and what everyone's rights are, the neighbors, the county, even if that were all cleared up and the court said, yeah, I'm going to go with Easter's interpretation, there's a 30-foot right of way and that's where it is. And yeah, that's publicly dedicated to the county. That does not mean that that the county has to develop it. The county has no legal obligation to develop a road, even if it has the right to. And B, it doesn't mean that a private landowner who's on a parcel that this leads to has the right to use that publicly dedicated road. So there's a lot of uncertainty over the access from that point. And that's why VDOT raised its initial concerns. As originally proposed, the access did not meet with state regulations on access requirements because it didn't fit with the Dunn Street intersection correctly. So, it's unclear. And I think it would be something that my recommendation would be to have the applicant, come back with a clear answer on that. And it could require a court action to clarify the title and let the judge decide. But I don't think there's an obligation for the county to do that. And I don't think there's an obligation for the county to develop the road or to provide private access to a public road if it exists. So it's unclear.
The original survey showed nothing.
There was no original survey with the deed.
Was it marked out road?
No, it just said that he intended to lay out a street.
A street.
To extend Dunn Street.
So it does say to extend.
Don't quote me on that. He intended to lay out a street on that side, which would have extended Dunn Street. I would have to pull the language. I've read them multiple times, but there's so many different deeds I've read through that I don't want to say that was the exact language. I will say it does write explicitly PT South Hall is laying out a street. Like in this deed, he was laying out a street.
Yeah, what are we doing, a horse and buggy deed, street? Or, you know?
That's the thing, no width was, mentioned. And then lastly, the planning commission recommended denial based on the information that was provided at the planning commission hearing, which did not have the VDOT's update in that if they could use the reserve road, they would support the access. That was not available at the time. They recommended to deny it. At the initial public hearing, 4 individuals spoke in favor, 4 spoke in opposition. It was deferred twice before they ultimately recommended denial. And there was a petition submitted to the planning commission that 134 people signed opposing the project.
I'll save my comments after the public hearing.
Yeah.
I just
Open it up.
have a question. You don't have to necessarily
Yeah.
flip back, but when you've got those plats and you've got their two parcels that make the 3.46, whatever, the parcel that's between them and Virginia Street, it's like 1.321. Is that a developed parcel right now?
There's a house on that.
There's a house,
Yep.
so on that one. And then there's another part, am I reading this right? There's another parcel in front of.
Yeah.
So
House on that one.
Yeah, 3/4 of it.
this is another parcel too, though, because the Virginia Street's right here.
Yep.
This one has a house on it and this one has a house on it.
Yeah, and there's a new house on the,
This is the,
that's not the new one. The right above that is the new
That's
house.
the new one.
Yep, and then there's a house below that one, I believe.
Yeah.
Well, right there, yep.
There's one.
how is someone accessing this right now? Then
There's an easement. So I think they're currently using,
that.
yep,
Was there an easement for private?
there's an easement existing all the way back to those other parcels. I'm not sure if they have access to that same easement or not, parcel 3.
So there's an easement, but it doesn't satisfy a commercial.
I
Yeah.
hear the difference between those. Yeah.
Get coming in.
If,
All set.
if the judge were, let's say it all panned out like you're describing, Jeff, and the judge were to go with the Roy, I can't remember if Roy had 20 or 30, but whatever, that street piece. Then and the county were to pursue, and I'm not suggesting we do, but and the county were to pursue development of this, then essentially is the county or someone going to have to, because it's then not just an easement, it is actually taking their land for a street. I mean, is someone going to then have to pay, I guess, parcels 3 and 4 in this case for
That would depend. I mean, if
consuming the land?
if there's a determination that it's a public right of way that's been recorded and that is valid, and that would affect transfer of title. So it's already been done, right? Now, you mentioned would the county then develop it? I think that the county is under no obligation to develop it.
Yes, totally.
And if the county did, then we're probably talking a different ballgame, because then you go from a commercial entrance to a state road. Right, that would go into the state system. And that probably would require, I mean, I haven't researched this or looked, that probably would require some eminent domain, because that's going to be, that's going to have to be much wider than a commercial entrance. So,
Okay, I just want to think through. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for me, guys?
All right, I'll open the public hearing for the request from R1 to R2.
Good evening. My name is Martha Pullen, and I live at 16621 Jefferson Street in Amelia. And I'm opposed to the rezoning of this property from R1 to R2 for the following reasons. The proposal is in effect calling for spot zoning at the request of new property owners and flies in the face of the definition of good planning. There are many surrounding properties, as you saw on the map, with the designation of R1 that were purchased and built on with the knowledge that the property in question was zoned R1 as well. The board should have some obligation to current surrounding property owners and residents not to spot zone this area. Current surrounding property owners have already made substantial investments in their properties, and they should be able to have expectations that this obligation while admittedly not a contractual one in nature, is respected and not taken lightly. And as already pointed out by Mr. Deal, there are other properties in the village area that are designated R2 without having to rezone this R1 property. Furthermore, the property is situated off an area of Virginia Street that's barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass, has no shoulder and no sidewalks, and very poor visibility due to a hill that peaks at the intersection with Dunn Street. Rezoning the property in question from R1 to R2 will allow high-density residential housing to be constructed. The 24-unit high-density residential complex proposed for this 3.486-acre property has the potential to put upwards of 40 to 50 to 60 additional vehicles, plus additional unsafe foot traffic on this narrow section of Virginia Street. The additional traffic will also impact a good part of the rest of the village area, as the additional vehicles will need ingress and egress, sometimes multiple times a day, to and from the property in question on a very limited number of streets. In addition to the increased traffic, there will be more light and noise in an otherwise tranquil village setting. And I did find a reference in the Chapter 5 Future Land Use Plan for Amelia Courthouse Development Area. Number 1 is to respect the historic and cultural importance of the courthouse complex. And 2 is to respect the character and scale of the existing mixed retail and services uses. What I really object to is the scale of this project. There's nothing like it in the village. There are other apartments. We live in the village. We know there are other apartments, but they're very small in scale. This would forever change the rural, tranquil nature of the village. Number 3, the property in question slopes steeply into a large and deep drainage ditch, which provides a major water runoff for the village. The water flow in the drainage ditch has been causing erosion problems to properties along the ditch already. Some of the surrounding property owners have sought relief, only to be told that it is too expensive to fix. The amount of excavation, leveling of the land, and paving that's necessary in order to accommodate high-density residential housing on the property in question would further stress the draining ditch and the creek environment just below it. The creek has already had issues in the last year with contamination by raw sewage. So it's for these reasons that I oppose this rezoning for R1 and R2 to high density. And I hope that you will deny this rezoning request and say yes to smart growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pullen.
I'm Hilda O'Neill Clark. I'm currently residing at 12841 Lodore Road. But I own the 3 acres down here adjoining the lane that's in dispute. And I'll have to be by the road. And I may repeat some of the things that Ms. Pullen has said. I have my son Kevin with me tonight because I'm extremely nervous and he may have to end up reading it for me. As the 3rd generation owner of property situated at 9000 Virginia Street, I joined previous speakers, and there were supposed to be 2 or 3 others who went ahead of me, in opposition to Hunter Price's proposed apartment complex off Virginia Street. I agree with the reasons that Ms. Pullen has stated, and I don't need to repeat those unless you have some questions for me before I continue.
No, ma'am.
I do want to share my thoughts on how rezoning, well, first let me back up and address the fact of the lane. I have found 2 deeds that said my grandfather's deed states the width of the existing street. Mr. Timberlake did not have those deeds when he did my survey. I now have found 2 deeds that this strip, the strip is 10 feet wide, which would be the width of the lane, and it would come into Virginia Street at a 10 feet width into a 30-foot strip of Dunn Street going in the opposite direction. And Virginia going both ways there is 18 feet this time. Now we'll get on to the culture part. I want to share my thoughts on how requiring that part of a small, quiet, long-established neighborhood would impact on me and my neighbors. As Mrs. Pullen expressed, the 2016 comprehensive plan designates 6 major areas, and we are in the town center area. And it listed things that she did. First one was to respect the historic and cultural importance of the courthouse complex, where historical is one of the first subdivisions or subdividing of properties. Back in 1916, when my grandfather bought his property, P.T. Southall owned a good deal of land, and he was one of the first people who agreed to sell lots off. And he was instrumental in developing the courthouse area. And that's where all of this originated, with Mr. Southall. And the lane came off Southall's property. But at that time, he agreed to build a street extending all the way from present-day Virginia Street to the Greens property, would be just across the branch next to where the manse is. It was never completed all the way through there. So he didn't follow through with that. But ever since 1916, beginning with my grandfather, we have used it as a driveway. Whether it's ours, there is contention over who actually owns it. There's nothing that says the county ever accepted it through deed or otherwise. So I don't think you have any authority to grant permission, as requested, as Mr. Deal said, with the permission of the county, he could possibly make it a commercial entrance. I don't see how y'all can grant him that permission. And let's see what else I wanted to say. This cultural area is one thing that is maintained is a little memorial flower garden down Virginia Street. And people come all the time and sit, they come in and bring the lunches and eat them. Mothers bring their children to see the flowers and play. And I can tell you how many times I've walked down there and someone on the way to or from the nursing home has told me how lovely it is to find a spot where they can sit and contemplate and think about the people that they love that are in the nursing home. And as far as the density of it goes, it's supposed to be a mixture of single family and multi complexes. We already have 2 apartment complexes on Virginia Avenue. We've got a nursing home with 100 residents in it. And to me, that's pretty darn dense. And the people who bought with the idea that it was going to be R1 had no idea that it would ever be taken to make apartments in there. The first house adjoining where he wants to put the apartments is a brick rancher with a 35-foot setback. And this apartment complex would be almost right at their front door. And then this past year, Clayton Homes has bought the first lot and put 200 plus modular on there with no idea that this was going to take place, because the easement goes through both of those properties all the way back to Hunter Price's. And a letter written recently, Mr. Moss, is that the lawyer?
Mr. Moss.
That's representing him, wrote a letter saying that he had to have the lane because he had no access to his property. He already got a 50-foot easement through there, down to it. He doesn't need 20 feet on my side or 15 feet or 9 feet, whatever it's still to be determined. Did I forget the thing I needed to say? Okay, you want to speak?
Thank you very much. I think you did well, by the way. I'm Kevin Clark. I'm Hilda's son. I live in Richmond. I hope that's not a problem with me speaking at the hearing. I am Eugene and Violet O'Neill's grandson, Leander O'Neill's great-grandson. My mother's not going to last forever. That's going to make me the next landowner in Amelia Courthouse. I agree with the statement she's made. I appreciate the board's comprehensive plan. I especially appreciate the fact that when they're talking about keeping the rural integrity of the county in place, that's the first thing that's set out in the stated goals and objects and priorities of the comprehensive plan. I'll tell you this, being a resident of Richmond, people speak very, very highly of Amelia, and they speak highly of Amelia because it's not Richmond. I think the people of Amelia would agree for the same reason. So a big part of the comprehensive plan goes along with keeping that distinction in place and keeping Amelia the way it is. I do want to say a couple of things. I know there's been a lot of discussion about that lane. I totally concur with the county attorney's assessment of what's going on there. I think that is just the tip of the iceberg. I have had a chance to look. I'm not a practicing attorney anymore. I was at one time. I've had an opportunity to look at dedicated streets and a lot of the research surrounding that. Some things getting back to that original 1916 deed. What's contained in the deed is between the South Halls and Leander O'Neill. One of the requirements for a dedication of a street is that the dedication or the offer of dedication be made to the public entity, to the government. That's how it's usually done. Somebody gets in touch with the Board of Supervisors, the township, the county, or the Commonwealth, and they dedicate it that way. In this case, as a part of the contract for the transfer of that property, Mr. Southall agreed to Mr. O'Neill that he would provide called it a street, doesn't call it a public street. There's never been mention of it being a public street. But Mr. Southall agreed to Mr. O'Neill that he would provide a street to the back of the property. As my mother said, that was never done. Everybody has assumed that Mr. Southall is the one that cleared that small portion, which is now that lane. But in essence, you don't have what Mr. Southall was talking about doing. You don't have a plat that shows the layout. You don't have a plat showing meanderings. You don't have a map to show exactly where it goes. All you have is mention of where it starts. In fact, Mr. O'Neill's deed refers to what Mr. Southall was going to do by way of providing Mr. O'Neill a way is part of the property line, which creates a problem not only with respect to the lane, but with respect to the property in general. Secondly, there's never been any action by the county to be a dedicated street. The government entity has to accept it. In a rural area, they have to accept it formally, or they have to exercise some dominion and control over it. That's never been done. For 107 years, neither the county nor the state, no one else other than the landowners have had anything to do with that lane. So that creates a problem as well. Thirdly, you get into the exact specifics of what was intended to be dedicated, and there's no way to determine that in this case. You can't have a dedicated street without knowing exactly what was dedicated and what was being offered. Because there was no plat, because there was no specificity in the deed, and because what may have been contemplated was never begun, or certainly not ever completed, there's no way to determine that. And lastly, and most importantly, even if one were to assume that there was some offer of dedication, the fact that it was never acted upon, never formally accepted, never anything done by the county, I would say there's a very strong argument that even if something had been offered as dedication, that has certainly been abandoned by non-use and by the continuous use purely by the landowners, the residents, and their guests for 107 years, that would not pass. I concur with the county attorney's assessment, however, that these are issues that need to be resolved before the county can go forward with respect to granting what Hunter Price is asking for. In essence, what they're asking for in their letter, the letter they presented to the Planning Commission, is they want the county to agree to essentially take that lane, whether it's by dedication or some other means. But most importantly, in that letter, they specifically say they think that the county should pay for the building and maintenance of a road which they have labeled the Dunn Street extension. I can't imagine that the county wants to get into that for the sole purpose of providing an entranceway to the apartment complex. And since there already exists a 50-foot easement of ingress and egress, which makes it all the way back to the Hunter Price properties, there's no longer any reason for any type of street to be there other than to appease Hunter Price. And I hope that that the Board of Supervisors won't do so. And will deny the request for the rezoning based on that alone. Thank you.
Hello, Martin Conkle. Real quick, just in the bigger picture of things, when we talk about rezoning for apartments, as pointed out, we do have vacant zoning for apartments up there by the middle school. I think before we should go forward with doing any more, we should use what we have there already. I know it's not as cheap of a venture as buying something that's already zoned versus buying something trying to have rezoned. I get the business purpose of doing it this way, but we put it here, we do this, and the next thing you know, I think that's zoned for well over 100 apartments, maybe what could be put up there possibly by the school. So say let's use up what we have first before we start adding anything else to it. That's all.
How do we force someone to sell or develop?
My name is John Leader. I live at 16631 Jefferson Street in the Village. And my wife and I, along with village neighbors who had signed the petition dated several months ago, proposed the development of the Hunter Price parcel as apartments. It's the wrong place for an apartment complex because Virginia Street at the Dunn Street intersection is only 18-foot wide. There's no shoulders. There's no sidewalks. There's no room for shoulders or sidewalks unless you condemn the property. The Dunn Street extension, if it exists, would not be directly across from the current end of Dunn Street. Please refer to the letter dated April 11th, 2023 from the Hinkle Law Firm and answer to the letter dated January 27th, 2023 from the Law Office of David G. Moss. Virginia Street visibility at the proposed intersection is poor due to the hill that peaks at Dunn Street. The proposed development property slopes steeply into a large drainage ditch, which provides water runoff for the village. Water flow into the drainage ditch has been causing erosion to properties along the ditch, including my property. The county has looked at the drainage ditch issue and determined it would be too costly to fix and would require the removal of the buffer of trees that presently exists there. There has also been previous issues with raw sewage contamination. My wife and I would have not have purchased our Jefferson Street home. We've only lived there a little over 3 years. If the proposed property was originally zoned R2. We object to the spot zoning changes in our neighborhood as there needs to be some obligation to the existing property owners not to spot rezone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newby.
All members of the board, I'm Barry Pullen. You've heard my wife speak and my neighbor John speak and my neighbor Hilda speak. Our property abuts to Hilda's across the courthouse branch that was shown on your plats. I really don't have a lot of substance to add to what all of those people said, but I would like to simply directly ask that you deny the request for the zoning change. That's basically my whole message. And I thought there may be some people here to speak in favor of apartments.
You're in line.
Good. And because I want them as well as you to hear, this is a terrible place and these would be terrible apartments. It'd be unsafe. The land, as they said, the peak, the branch, it's all in here, the roads, it's the conceptual picture shows something flat, but they have to take this and make it into something flat. I hope that it's denied so that when we do build apartments and low-income housing in the county, it would be worthwhile. It'll be something that they will enjoy living in. It'll be a good location for them. I hope we can use these other parcels that are already zoned R2, but this is the wrong one to make an R2. Please deny this request for change. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? I'm Shelby Rogerville. I'm the applicant of Hunter Price. I'm the president. This is my husband and business partner, Ed Rogerville. He's the vice president. Wanted to just address a couple of things that were just spoken about. I know that there is a great concern about the lay of the land. I assure, oh, thank you. I assure you DEQ will make sure that we do everything that we need to do to make sure that water is not contaminated and that there is not more runoff than it should be and that everything is appropriate. I heard mentioned just a bit ago about low-income housing. This is not what we're proposing. We are not proposing low-income housing. We are proposing affordable housing. And what that means in relation to Amelia County is not $3,000 rent. So we want this to be something affordable. The other thing that we are doing is 25% of the units are dedicated to being ADA compliant. So this is going to be helpful to some of our older community, some of our widows that don't want to keep up with a house anymore, or older couples that can't manage a yard anymore. This is going to be helpful, as someone had mentioned, about teachers moving into the community to teach at the schools that aren't really invested in the community yet. They don't know if they're going to stay. They haven't built up enough of life to put down a down payment on a house. So I do think that the apartments are needed in the community, and we did do a great deal of research before. I know that it seems like it's whimsy, you know, from the comments that you're hearing, but we did do a great deal of research before we invested our time and our money into this, that we've already put into this. And then my husband's going to add some things about the entrance as well.
I think VDOT has already addressed, they keep talking about the issue of the width of Virginia Street and the line of sight. I met with VDOT out there last month. VDOT rep is still here, I believe. VDOT is absolutely fine with, you know, with that section, the line of sight, everything else. The other comment that was made, I'd like to address, we're not asking Amelia County to spend a dime on that entrance or that road. We're not proposing that in any way, shape, or form. If this gets approved and it's determined that we can use that as the entrance, we have to pay to have an entrance constructed one way or the other. And that's, you know, completely on Hunter Price. We're not asking Amelia County to foot the bill for anything. So I'd like to clarify that right now. And if y'all have any questions, we'd be happy to try to answer them.
Any questions, board members? I think everybody's good.
All right. Thank you.
Anybody else standing there? All right, I'll close the public hearing on the rezoning from R1 to R2. Any comments from the board members? I have a little concern about the access to it, especially when we even mention the word eminent domain. You see eminent domain for like if we need to put radio tower or a water system structure. But I can't see it from a private industry, individual. So that's my feelings on it. It's still gonna have to end up being a 50-foot road, and somehow they gotta get 50 foot out of 30 foot. That's my discussion. Anybody else have any?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on that. As far as the property itself goes, though, there's no doubt we need housing. That argument's been there. Yeah, we know that. The size, the shape, the form, this is what we need. The other one I said was too big, too fast, and people overwhelmingly were against it. I mean, overwhelmingly. I had 4 people supported and hundreds against it. This time, I've now heard from 4 or 5 people that have opposed this. I've only heard of 1 before tonight. I don't think people have as much problem with the size, the layout, the shape. I think that's good. I don't think that it's spot zoning. You're putting residential housing in a residential area. I think spot zoning would be more of putting a industrial facility in the middle of the courthouse. That would not be good. I don't have any problem with rezoning that. I think the owners of the property may have a problem getting to the property, but I feel that they're 2 separate issues. I'm like you. I don't think we should tie the county to anything to force anybody's hand, but whether we rezone it or not, somebody's got to figure the access out.
Yeah, I'm pretty similar. I mean, I definitely think we need apartments. I think this is actually from a size standpoint, I think it's a good size for Amelia. Buildings themselves are good size, project decently sized. I think more in the courthouse is a better location than the prior one. A lot of what we talked about before was wanting people to actually traverse the courthouse and actually go to some of the merchants and that kind of thing. My one and only concern is the entrance. And I think I'll just say I personally need some time to ponder on that. And sorry, go back to your point. Yeah, even though this is in my district, I've only had, I think only 2 people reach out. A couple of them referenced they were on behalf of a larger number, but
Right.
like you said, very, very different than the last project proposal where I was pretty overwhelmed with the negative. I do think it is, I don't think there's the overwhelming disapproval of the project itself. It's not surprising. People living right around almost anything you want to do have concerns, and they're entitled and they have some very valid points. And I think that is an interesting one you make, Sean, about the separating the rezoning versus whether and how they get their access.
Yeah, and I clarify that with Brady and or you, Jeff. I mean, if we approve the rezoning, we're not committing anything to access to the property, right? I mean, to me, it's 2 separate things.
I think that's right.
Yep.
They would still have to go through a site plan review process and get VDOT sign off and all that other stuff, and they won't get that
without
the access.
Okay. Would you have? I'm sorry.
I don't like them when they're not clean.
Yeah.
It's not clean.
It's not.
It needs to be clean across the board from beginning to end, clean.
I don't think it's gonna get clean, but if y'all need some more time.
I would at least like some time to have a follow-up conversation with the applicants. We had there were some, pictures and things, some additional information Brady provided. I'd like some time to consider the speakers we heard tonight, take their concerns into account. So I would make a motion that we defer action on this one until such time we're able to do that follow-up. My motion is not stating a specific month for follow-up, just defer until such time for that. And then I'll follow up with you for getting it back on the agenda.
Could we, just for reference to, I agree. I think we should do that for now. Is there a way that you can do this isn't gonna come out right, basically, we would commit to rezoning if they get the approval, the legal approval for the entrance. Does that make sense? Because if they get that first, and I know why they wouldn't spend the money. Why would you spend the money and do that and we don't approve it? But if we say we will approve it when you get this, is that a legal way to let them spend that money to see if they can do that? They're gonna have to spend that either way. If we approve it, they're still gonna have to try to get it. And they may not get it.
I mean, I'd have to look at that. I wouldn't advise a contingency like that. There's a whole host of factors you can consider in a rezoning besides access. So, to commit the county in advance to approve something on one factor being satisfied,
Yeah.
then you're taking away your own discretion and legal authority over what about other factors that you may learn of. So I wouldn't advise that. I've never seen it done exactly like that.
What's I hear you on that, but we do approve things, and we did something even last month, saying we approved, I can't remember if it was a rezoning or I think it was a special exception. We said with conditions, though.
Yes.
What's the difference of attaching conditions to it and like conditions being status?
So a conditional rezoning is different than just a rezoning saying, if you happen to someday get your access rights, then we will approve it. I think it's not the same thing. A conditional rezoning is a specific creature of state law, and it has certain legal parameters on what you can and can't do. And it's voluntary. It's not, the county cannot impose a condition through conditional rezoning. They're known as proffers. That's
Oh, it's the same. Okay.
yeah, that's what proffers are when you do it. Now, that's also distinct from a special exception permit, which in those cases, what the ordinance provides under special exception permit are conditions. You can impose conditions. In this case, we're talking about one aspect of the property, and that's access. And I just think, I think taking one more time is a good idea.
Yeah.
Was that a motion you did?
Will be.
Can we?
Yeah, it was. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was a motion.
There's a motion on the floor.
To defer, motion on the floor to defer action on this, pending time to follow up with the applicants and consider the feedback from citizens tonight.
Okay. Motion on the floor. Any more discussion? All in favor of deferring it for a set amount of time? Raise your hand. All right, give me more time. All right, it brings us to.
May I ask Jeff one follow-up
Sure.
question? Jeff,
Yes, sir.
more broadly than that one, you mentioned proffers, and I forgot to go back and ask that question. There's been a couple times when proffers have come up, and in fact, in this one, there was the reference to the change because of the census,
Right.
et cetera. Would it be possible at next month's meeting for you to update us on the broadly the current status of proffers in Amelia going forward, but also what happens to the proffers that have been cash? I'm specifically referring to cash.
Oh, okay,
proffers.
sure.
Sorry, cash proffers, because there's been references, there's been some offline conversations, but I think it'd be helpful to have an official update from you on that.
Absolutely.
Are you supportive of that being on the agenda for next month?
Can't do and.
Yeah, I'm especially very interested in the past piece, but then definitely what can and can't we do going forward too. So
Absolutely.
thank you for that. Thank you.
All right, that brings us to the county administration report.
Mr. Chairman, the waste management host fees for the month of March, $217,965. Had a list of the CRC's items of interest for March that have been included in your board packet. Be happy to answer any questions about those if anyone has any. The DMV Select Report is included. Fiscal year to date, collections have been $25,141. Year to date, $7,878. The wastewater PLC update We have had a technician come in. He has restored some of the functionality of the system. Two main components still do not work. They have decided to do no more adjustment or repair on them for fear that the whole thing would fail. The contractor is currently gathering replacement components, trying to get those together as soon as possible. He's going to replace those. It'll actually be replacing most of the system. And when that's done, we're going to be good for another 20 years or so, just like the last system. Any questions about that?
I did talk to Darrell today, and he said he'd have a price on it by next month. We will know what we are considering.
Mr. Chairman, that was the end of mine. Now, we did put an item for closed session discussion on. If it's too late for that, I don't think it's so time sensitive that we couldn't do it next Thursday. Or we could go ahead and take care of it now, whatever's pleasure of the board.
Let's go and take care of it now. That way we end it.
Mr. Chair, we need a motion to convene and you ready?
Yes, sir.
Need a motion to convene in closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23711A8 for advice from legal counsel regarding a contract. Regarding the reassessment contract.
Motion on the floor.
I'll make that motion as previously stated.
Thank you, Mr. White. Motion on the floor, go into closed session per stated. All in favor, raise your hand. Great.
If you all stay here, we're going to call.
All right,
Chairman, we're back in open session. We need a motion to certify that the only items discussed in the closed session were those identified in the motion as permitted under the Freedom of Information Act. We need that motion and a roll call vote.
all right. I will make it.
So moved.
So move. All right, we'll do a I certify roll call. Mr. Jones,
I certify.
Mr. White,
I certify.
I certify.
I certify.
I certify.
All right, we're back in open session. All right, we're gonna continue this meeting till next Thursday at 1 o'clock. It should be the 27th.
Oh.
For the vote on the budget.
Is it, Mr. Chairman, might clarify this. I think that was advertised as a separate meeting. Was it
Didn't we
not?
advertise
I thought,
for next?
Josh, I believe Josh did, yes. I'd have to add there.
When was the discussion about the time? No one even.
the time.
I was just told about it.
No one told me about a time at all.
That's
I have something planned. I have something planned then, but no one usually cares about it. So, all right.
Well, you didn't make it to the last day of budget, so
Well, you, in either case, there's a meeting.
1 o'clock
Yeah.
on the 27th.
Yeah.
Josh sent an email out and didn't get any negatives.
Students do this.
All right, we will fix it here. We'll see everybody on Thursday.
Bye, gentlemen.
You can hear everything.
Oliver, still eating.